Sid Meier. I'm the chair of this committee. My co-chair is Esther Blount, and John Quint is also the secretary. Taya Miller is the assistant from the community board, who does all the technical work and a lot of other things as well, and who has been working very hard to get this all up and started. First, let me make a comment about why we went back to remote versus the live meeting. As you know, we've been doing the remote meetings as a result of a statewide declared emergency. The governor, in her infinite wisdom, appeared to allow the emergency declaration to expire, and then immediately it came back on. So we thought that it would be best if we went back to the remote, which people were pretty much used to. As we've been discussing, let me welcome everyone. We ask everyone to be courteous. There will be 2 periods of time when the public will get to comment on agenda items and things in general. The way I do this, which is a little bit different than's on the agenda, is that when the presentations are made, we first will hear from the community board members of the committee, and then we will give time for the community members, you, to comment on that specific item. We limit your comment to 2 minutes. The community board members, the members of the committee, sometimes get a little bit longer. I will sometimes, if it's going off topic, try to rein people back in, but I prefer to allow people to have their 2 minutes to comment. But obviously, since we've got 71 people or more, and while I don't mind being here all night, I don't look forward to being here till the morning. So again, what we do is when the agenda item is called, if there's a presentation, and a lot of times there are, after the presentation, the community board committee members will have time to ask questions or make comments, and then we will open it up for community members at large to comment as well. Again, that's on items on the agenda. At the end of the agenda, right, there is community forum. During the community forum, you will be able to comment on anything that is under the committee's purview. If you're, yes.
Sid, I sent you something in the chat because we agreed upon something, and I don't think you are saying what I think you should say. So just look at the chat, please.
No, that'll happen. I promise you that will happen. The request is that we will have comment, because that's going to be part of my chairperson's report, and DOT will still be here. Now I have and again, I would ask DOT Commissioner Bray, who I see, hi Keith, that you will please remain at least until my report, so that we have some comments that people would like to that you hear, right? Okay. So Commissioner Bray, I said he will be here as well. So on that note, John, why don't you call the roll of the committee members, please?
Thank you, Sid. And we have 123 people on the line right now. So I'll ask committee members to unmute yourselves so I can hear you, because I can't possibly find you in the participants. I've seen a lot of you here already. Sid Meier, Chair.
Present.
Esther Blount, Vice Chair.
I'm here.
Here.
Yes.
Secretary John Quint, I'm here. Ernie Augustus. I didn't see him. Sandy Balboza, say
Yep.
hi.
Aye.
Julia Cullen Chung will be joining us later. She already indicated she would be delayed. Cheryl Gelbs. Kate Gilman,
I'm here. Hey, John.
Brian Howell, Patrick Kalaki, Nicole Murray,
Present.
Cyril Scala.
Here.
We have a quorum. Thank you, everyone. Mute yourselves.
And the next thing on the agenda is the adoption of the agenda. We get a motion to adopt the agenda.
Here.
Who was,
Second,
and Kate Gilman makes the motion. Who
Sid,
seconds it?
Sid, this
Yes,
is Keith from DOT. Just want to say that for the DOT items, just to let you know, the BQE is going to move up as the first BQE item after the MTA does their presentation.
okay, with that amendment, I'm not hearing any objection to the agenda. The agenda is approved. Have people had opportunity to read, the board members, committee members have had an opportunity to read the previous minutes? Any comment, correction, amendment to the minutes? Hearing none. Nicole, why don't you take over the screen and do the district level crash statistics?
Yes, sir. Okay. Okay, can you see my screen?
I can see your screen, but I can't see anything on it yet.
Anybody else?
Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
there we have it.
Okay, great. So for new folks, this is going over the last 6 months, starting from the month prior of crashes with injuries in the community board area. This data comes from Crash Mapper, which is fed in through New York's open data portal. The blue bars are the raw number of crashes with injuries that have happened since December through May. We did have a fatality that happened on June 1st. There was a person on a scooter who was rear-ended by somebody in a car or SUV who was potentially inebriated, and he was killed. So that is not included here because that was June. So we're ending in May. So I'm going to start with the 6-month kind of trend here, and we can see that while the raw number of crashes with injuries it's gone up a little bit, but not much. We're seeing quite an increase in the number of injuries that have happened over time, especially since January. And it's mostly happening, it seems that it's really motorists who are getting injured the most among these crashes. And next would be, that's this red line right here. We had, since 6 months, 218 motorists who were injured. And the yellow line is the pedestrian injuries, which have mercifully stayed somewhat flat, but there's been 72 since December. And the one fatality was the person who was hit by the truck on Atlantic Avenue. And then cyclist injuries are at 56, and that's also gone up somewhat since April, but you can see that it's not really like steadily rising like it is with motorists. So really with motorists, at least since February or so, it's kind of been tracking up. So before I go into, and I cannot see the chat or anything, so before I go into some more specifics and area, are there any questions about this part?
Someone's commenting that the Crash Mapper is a seriously limited tool.
And this is the data that's available. Anything else?
Nicole?
Yep.
I asked you about that. Was it on Atlantic Avenue and Smith? The fatality with the truck and the scooter?
No, it was on Classen near Clifton.
Did you have the information about Atlantic and Smith? Because it wasn't, I think I asked last month or the month before, and it wasn't, you weren't up to that point yet.
I honestly haven't looked, that was a few months ago now, so I haven't looked back into it. But that was a sanitation truck, I believe, who hit someone in that case.
Okay.
Might have been private. I'm sorry, I meant to look and find the information, but yes.
right.
Okay, yeah, sorry. So to get to the sort of map, let me go to the mapper here. So these dots represent where the crashes occur. Orange is injuries, red are fatalities, there's no fatalities. So they're typically happening as you can see in the same areas as usual, a lot along Atlantic, some along Flatbush, especially at intersections, the highways that are near bridges, Flushing and Park Avenue, York Street. This is the same sort of all the time. And then a comment that came up last time was about seeing sort of like who's crashing into who, like is it trucks or bikes? So I was trying to do this like by hand, but it turns out this tool has that tool. It's just not that easy to read, but I'm going to show you what they have here. If we look over here on the right side, I can't turn this left side off, but there's like a comparison tool you can do to compare a different date. But if we look on this right side here, maybe I can zoom in. Yeah. We can see like who was injured. So this is on the red side, we have motorists, cyclists, and pedestrians, and then what happened to injure them. So this green area, this turquoise area, is a car, and then this darker turquoise area is an SUV. So this is for 6 months again. So in most cases, and in the majority of incidents, people are being injured by either cars or SUVs. So for example, 73 motorists injured by an SUV, and 123 injured by a car. For cyclists, this is over 6 months. 30
So
cyclists.
I would just like to add, I don't think that any of these data works.
Okay,
Can
thank
we
you.
mute?
Let us finish the report, please.
And for
I
pedestrians,
think that with
can we
better
mute this person?
context,
Sir,
this
sir, you're
would-
gonna get muted off, kicked off, if you don't wait like I asked.
sorry,
If there is a better data, I'm happy to get it, but this is the data that I have from Open New York, or sorry, not Open New York, the open data. This gray slot is other. I don't know what other is, and other seems to be concentrated in pedestrian injuries. I do not know what it is. So again, it's mostly people getting injured by cars and SUVs. The blues are buses and vans and trucks. Those are actually smaller than I thought they would be, but the incidents are primarily happening between other, motorists. So, a motorist getting injured by a bus or van or a truck, and cyclists as well getting injured by trucks at a smaller rate than cars and SUVs, but it's still happening. This green is by scooters and bikes. So in 6 months, we've had 3 pedestrians injured by a scooter and 4 injured by a bike. Cyclists are getting into their own accidents, 6, crashing into each other and so forth. And we have had no motorists injured by a bike. Any questions? Let me try to open the chat. I'm not sure. I can't really. Somebody's asking, how do these figures jive with borough-wide and citywide figures? So we can do that as well in this tool. So we have a compare tool, which you can compare, I'm sorry, maybe it's trend. Yeah, trend, which you could compare with a benchmark. So this top area, this latest 6 months, so we can choose either citywide or borough-wide. So if we choose borough-wide, our orange line, I think, is us. Yeah, we're orange, so we're actually a little bit better than the rest of the borough, and I think the rest of the city. But it kind of tracks, like, driving patterns, it's because mostly drivers who are causing accidents. Driving patterns stay the same throughout the city, so I think this makes sense to me.
Mr. Meyer, Ciro Scala has a question.
Sarah, what's the question? Sarah?
1 second. This is going to be a little bit slower, folks, because we had to take away privileges. 1 second.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I was going to ask a question. Are there any, does these statistics ever show any pedestrians being hit by bicycles or
Yeah.
things like?
So I think I mentioned here in this portion here, we can look at by vehicle, and let me pull it back up again. All right, 1 second. I think it's a little bit slow, I think, because I have Zoom running, but off of memory, in the last 6 months, there was, I think, 4 to 6 pedestrians who were hit by bikes with no fatalities, but injuries. And then maybe 3 by scooters. But if this pulls up, we'll get that information. Oh, here we go. We can just keep it to pedestrians. So here we have pedestrians, and there were, in 6 months, 3 injured by a scooter and 3 injured by a bike.
Board members, if you have a question, please raise your digital hand so I can find you. Mr. Meyer, there are no further board questions. I would recommend, given the length of this agenda, that we just move on.
I'll try to answer anything in the chat as the agenda moves forward.
Okay, I agree. Let's move on to I think the next thing on the agenda is the MTA. And I welcome Andrew Inglesby and Matt Best from the MTA.
Yes, good evening, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I just want to, I've also invited Jeff Sherman, who's an architect who will be on at my request to hear this as well.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, Sid. I appreciate it. Good evening, everyone. My name is Andy Inglesby. I'm Assistant Director for Government and Community Relations for MTA, New York City Transit. Thanks so much for having us. It's always a pleasure to be at CB2, whether live or virtually. We were looking forward to coming live, but we understand the circumstances. But we are here tonight to talk about the York Street F station. I know that in recent months, many of you have asked me what's going on with York Street. Is there an update to the most recent information we gave you, which was a little bit of time ago? So the answer that we can give you tonight is yes, there's definitely an update. I'm here with my colleagues, Matt Best and Rachel Cohen. They're going to walk you through the presentation, but we are here to report on the recent engineering and constructability study that was completed. It was an exhaustive study, and we wanted to make sure that all T's were crossed and I's were dotted before we came back to you, the community, with a full report. So I know the agenda is long today, so that's all I'm going to say. I'm going to turn it over to Matt. And as I said, he and Rachel will walk you through this presentation, and then we'll be more than happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you, Andy. And thank you to CB2 and all of the participants in the meeting today. Probably everyone here is aware of York Street, the station on the 6th Avenue line, serving the F train, and is the primary gateway to Dumbo. It's a station that saw significant growth with rezoning in Dumbo, with tripling of ridership between 2005 and 2019. We are still quite a bit down from the pandemic, almost a little over half of the pre-pandemic levels. It's been one of the slower stations to recover, which would be consistent with what has happened with subway recovery during the pandemic. The current conditions of this station are that it is not ADA accessible, and that is only a single exit from the entrance and exit from the station, and that is at the corner of York Street and J Street. Navigating from the street requires you to go through our vent plant on a stair that takes you to a mezzanine. The mezzanine then has a steep ramp with stairs at the end, and it is reached by the one end of the platform at the north end of the station. So we've studied this station a number of times, looked at, and we have, as well as others have, looked at various studies. The way I like to describe it is that most of those studies had fairly robust design for how a new entrance would connect at the street, and they would have a line pointing down towards the tunnel that was kind of reminiscent to the old navigation maps that here be dragons. We were trying to figure out, how do you actually connect from a street level mezzanine to the tunnel itself? So, and we were asked to study this in more detail than we've done previously, and we focused on that issue. We did not look at siting a new entrance. We did not look where stairs would go down from the street or where elevators would go down from the street. We focused on how could we connect a new pedestrian way and a new elevator to the tunnel structure itself. So a little bit of the history of the station. It is a deep station, one of the deeper stations in the system. It's about 80 feet below. It's in soft soils, soft glacier soils. The station was originally constructed when the tunnel was built under the river, and it was constructed using the same methods as they used to construct under the tunnel. This picture is actually the Rutgers tunnel construction of how it was built. So it's more or less a tunnel with iron rings that are bolted together. So, and the station was built this way as well. There were special accommodations in those iron rings when they got to the station that allowed the station to be constructed before trains started running. Another oddity of the station, for folks who are familiar with it, there are these large cylindrical columns that run through the middle of the tunnel. These are columns that are actually supporting the Manhattan Bridge overhead. The tunnel goes right underneath the foundations for the Manhattan Bridge, right under J Street. So this is another constriction that we have, is that we have a complicated structure carrying the Manhattan Bridge just over top of the station. What we found in our study is that a station is possible. A new entrance would be possible, although it is extremely expensive. There was a plan originally to build a second entrance, and there was accommodation put into the design for that second entrance. When they got through to build the station itself, the decision was made at that time not to build the second entrance. So we also found that the second entrance being important because in pre-pandemic times, it was a crowded station with only one exit. We did look, and it is possible to put an elevator only down, and that would be a less expensive proposition. So on the right side is a range that we have estimated would be the cost of building the full entrance with an elevator at around $420 to $450 million. And if we just did an elevator, it would be about $230 to $260 million. And I'll explain why the elevator only is still quite expensive. So first, the new entrance. So what we found as we started digging through the archives and pulling up the plans was this accommodation that I mentioned earlier for the actual construction of a stair. As you go down the platform, all the columns along the edge are spaced at 15 feet. 15 feet with the height of the roof would not allow you to put a stair up. You hit your head, you don't have clearance. So our ancestors in designing the system have two areas where there are 17.5-foot columns spacing instead of 15. And that's just enough for you to get a stair up and not hit your head on the beam that would be above you. So you can find those two spaces. They're more on the north end of the station towards the exit, right before you hit those large cylindrical columns. Look up and you'll see the picture on the lower right. There's a void space. That's where new stairs were originally planned to be accommodated at this station. So, however, how we would do that is we would build down from the street. And I'm gonna point to the little drawing. Build down to the street, probably with an open cut from the street down, so more or less a pit. Build the passageway that passengers would take, probably via escalators, and then you would have to actually mine, probably using fairly small equipment, across from that onto the tunnel. You have to do this in a way that transfers the weight of the soil that's above it down onto the tunnel. As I mentioned earlier, this is a soft soil. So if you were to just remove the soils without carefully balancing the weight on the tunnels might actually start to float a little bit and rise up. So it's a complicated construction method. Again, it's possible, it's done. It just requires careful planning, careful engineering, so that we do not disrupt the structural integrity of the tunnels themselves. One thing we did find, which was helpful to the possibility of building a tunnel, is that the water table is just below where we would be connecting in. So that's especially helpful because having to remove the water while we're building could create a situation where you have problems well beyond our construction site. It's removing the weight, the tunnel could float, you could get subsidence in the adjacent properties. So that was a stroke of good luck for this project, that the water table was not a particular problem for our project. For a platform elevator, now ideally we would build a new entrance and a elevator at the same time. So both would require us to build a new mezzanine under the street. So you'd have stairs probably on J Street, stairs going down on either side to a new mezzanine below J Street. And then you would have an elevator that would go straight down to the tunnel, built directly over top of the tunnel. And you would have stairs and probably an escalator that would take you down to that location where I said the platform had been built to accommodate a new stair. So that being said, we can just build an elevator. We don't have to build the stairs and the escalator core at the same time. You can build that street level mezzanine and just put down an elevator. That's why we have an option that is less expensive, which would be just to build the ADA elevator. Now, that being said, it would still be one of our most expensive ADA elevators in the entire system. It would still be close to $250 million to do that. And why it's so expensive is because you still have all of that work building a whole new mezzanine under J Street. That's relocating utilities. It's probably a long-term closure of J Street. Hopefully we could build it and still maintain traffic, but J Street's not particularly wide, and it'd be a fairly extensive excavation. If we did an elevator only, we would probably want to place the elevator at the very southern end of the station. The reason for that is because the elevator, we could put as large an elevator that would fit in that way. So we could get as many people down from that new location as possible. Most of the time we put in very small elevators in our stations. And the reason for that is because the elevators take up space on the platform and people have to walk safely beside them around the train envelope. So if we were decoupling the entrance in the elevator, we would want to put as big of an elevator as possible and put it at a location where no one has to walk past it. So we would put it at that south end of the station. So, and we could also make it for safety enhancements, we would probably make it that it could be used as an emergency egress route as well. Usually elevators are not used as emergency egress, but you can do certain things with ventilation as well as emergency power, which would allow that to serve as emergency egress, which is something that would be beneficial to the station. As far as possible locations, again, I want to stress at the beginning, we did not study this in detail. We studied how do you connect to the tunnel, but we knew we wanted to have an estimate of how much this would cost to do this. And so we had to do some sort of concept, so we have an idea. As I said, the stairs have to be located at a particular point, and in the station, it's right around here, and then you just have the angle that you go up to wherever this new mezzanine would be. And as I mentioned earlier, you have those large cylinders in the middle of the platform, which are supporting the Manhattan Bridge. That tells us we have to go south. We cannot put that to the north. So a new entrance would be south of the Manhattan Bridge overpass, and probably somewhere between Sand Street and High Street, if it were to be built. Now, if we were to do the elevator only and place it at the very north end of the platform, that would put that new entrance close to just south of High Street in that location. So And again, this would be a larger elevator than we typically put in. It would not be as large as, say, the Clark Street elevators or the Court Street elevators. It would be smaller than that, but it would be as large as we can get it for the purpose that it would be serving. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague Rachel, who will talk a little bit about our planning process and the selection of what stations receive these upgrades.
Great. Thanks, Matt, and thanks everyone for your time this evening. So Matt gave a lot of detail about the physical layout of the station, the technical constraints and challenges of making the station accessible. I just wanted to provide a little context. When we're talking about making stations in our system accessible, it's part of a broader planning process, right? We're never looking solely at individual stations, but rather what can we do across the system in each of our 5-year capital plans. So as many folks on this call are probably familiar, we outline all of the station accessibility projects and all of our other capital projects every 5 years. We're currently in the middle of the 2020 to 2024 capital program. We've committed over $5 billion to station accessibility for 70 stations in this program. York Street is not one of the 70 stations in the current MTA capital program. And when we go to look at stations for the next program, we look at a wide variety of factors. They're listed here on the screen. I'll talk through them. And we want to note that these are publicly available, the factors by which we prioritize ADA stations, and actually the result of state legislation. So we have a transparent planning process. And again, we look across the system at where we can make investments that will really, benefit MTA-wide, benefit our ridership. And the factors that we look at include coverage. So for this capital plan that we're in currently, we set a goal of ensuring that at the conclusion of the plan, customers would never be more than 2 stops away from an accessible station anywhere in the subway system. At the completion of the 20 to 24 plan, we will meet and exceed that goal. And as we look to future plans, we'll be looking to increase geographic equity and system-wide coverage even further and close those accessibility gaps where they do remain. We look at things like destinations, what's nearby the station, both facilities and just community, destinations, schools, shopping, all the things that drive people to use the system. Of course, we look at things like ridership and transfer and terminal stations. Where do we have, the most use and the most connections into the system where accessibility can provide maximal benefit? We look at community demographics and from an equity lens, and we look at constructability and cost. So we've talked, we've already noted here some of what we've seen from this study in terms of constructability challenges around the station and the very high costs of the potential ADA project at the station, and want to emphasize that is a factor that we consider in planning. It has to be as we look to, maximize the value of our capital plan, but it's not the only factor that we consider. We have many stations in the current plan that will be complicated and expensive construction projects, and we're committed to getting those stations done and making them accessible. And we have to look broadly at what's possible in each 5-year cycle. And community input is layered on top of all of these more quantitative and data-driven factors. In the last capital planning process, we had a public event open to anybody where we actually went through, community by community, put stations up on a screen and just heard from folks, in your neighborhood, what's the station that you think would be most important, would provide most benefit. And as we get into the 25 to 29 planning process, we'll have similar opportunities for community engagement. And I think on the next slide, which is our last slide, we just want to close out, before we hear from folks, by reiterating that the agency's goal is to make the entire system accessible. And we're already looking toward our next capital plan. So in the next year or so, we'll be completing our 20-year needs assessment. And that's where we take the broadest look at, what's going on in the system today, what do we view as the needs going forward, and station accessibility is one of many things that we consider in the 20-year needs planning process. After the 20-year needs, we'll go into planning specifically for the 25 to 29 capital plan. And that's when we'll really be having the conversations, including with community boards and stakeholders throughout the city, about how do we prioritize stations for accessibility upgrades in that capital plan. we'll look at all the factors that were on the last slide. And as I said, be, hearing from our riders, from advocates, from electeds, from community boards, as we go through the planning process. So in many ways, this is sort of the beginning of, this piece of the conversation. Obviously, the conversation about York Street is not new to anybody on this call. But I think from the study, we have useful data, we have useful analysis that will help lead us into this planning and prioritization process. And that will be an opportunity to really continue this discussion. And as we look as the agency to decide what's in the next capital plan, we'll have more information than we had before as a result of the study, which will be quite helpful. Matt mentioned before, right, that one of the outcomes of the study was a cost estimate specific to the station. And to reiterate, cost is important, right? We have to consider what we can get done in our plan. It's not the only factor, but as we look to the possibilities of making York Street accessible, it is certainly something that will be part of the conversation. So I'm going to toss it back. Andy Inglesby, did you have any closing comments?
No, not at this time, Rachel. Matt and Rachel, thanks a lot. Really appreciate it. We'll be more than happy to hear from the committee.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to, as I said, I invited Jeff Sherman, and I'd like to see if he has a specific response. And yes, Jeff, are you there? Can you unmute Jeff Sherman?
One second. Jeff Sherman, can you raise your digital hand? It's real tough to find people in a crowd of 149. Okay, you should be able to unmute now, Mr. Sherman. Mr. Sherman?
Thank you very much.
There
Yeah,
you
that was successful. So I really appreciate the presentation. It was very eye-opening. Thank you very much. My office did a design for the station some years ago from the opposite perspective. So ours was really mostly about siting and not so much about feasibility and the specifics of the tunnel. We played to our own strengths. The point that I would make about the station is that while ADA accessibility is an extremely important subject, my greater concern about the station is life safety of the vast majority of people who use it every day. The fact that it has only one exit from the platform, which winds its way up to only one entrance at the street, makes it extremely unusual and particularly dangerous. And I use it almost every day, so I have personal experience with it, and I would urge everyone to keep that thought front of mind when moving forward with plans for station upgrades throughout the system.
Thank you, Jeff. Is there any board member or any committee member, excuse me, who has any questions or comments? Nicole, I see Nicole Murray has her hand.
Yeah, I'm not sure how to ask the question exactly in a way that might be useful, but I'm concerned a lot about capital funding and the MTA sort of bleeding money and doing these capital projects that don't necessarily have dedicated streams of funding. Are you able to speak anything at all about any, are you potentially in danger of losing funding? Has it been steady, or what might cause these projects to go on hold?
I am not sure if we have the right person on that can answer that in a comprehensive way from a budgeting standpoint. At this point, I mean, our capital program is not fully funded. We designate and have goals in our capital program, and then we find funding for it on pretty much an annual basis. Most of our capital funding does come from the federal government. So right now we are in a pretty good spot with the federal government. I can tell you during the pandemic, we went through a number of back exercises, assuming that we would have to cut good chunk of our program based on the significant revenue loss that were experienced by the agency. So with that, it's a bit of reading the tea leaves of what if we're gonna of future funding availability. I can tell you now we're in a very good funding environment, as you probably all know, that infrastructure funding was significantly increased, and we are ramping up our program to do that, which is probably going to allow us to complete what was an unprecedentedly large capital program for the 20 to 24 cycle.
Yeah,
And
and I would just echo that. All of the projects in our 2020 to 24 capital program are funded, and they are moving ahead. As we've had a large influx of projects that have started recently, especially post-COVID. So COVID might have slowed down some projects, but they're definitely the ones that are in the 2020 to 24 capital program are definitely being worked on, either in design phase or actual construction phase right now. So, and as Rachel alluded to, we'll be working on our 2025 to 2029 capital program, which we have all intentions to be funded as well. I don't know if Rachel wanted to add a little bit more to that.
I was just going to say, from an accessibility perspective, what my office works on, I think in terms of ADA in this capital plan, right? We are in a good place. We've made this historic commitment, and many of those projects are already in design and construction, and the first projects are even complete. So we are full steam ahead in terms of the accessibility components of this capital plan, and going to make some great progress as a result of that. And as Matt said, the ensuring that we can advance all of the work in the capital plan is kind of an ongoing effort, where we need to be responsive to COVID and the feds and a lot of different dynamics. But when it comes to accessibility, we're certainly driving forward and in a good place.
Esther, you're next.
Hi. The mayor announced that he's planning on spending $9 million on bike protective bike barriers. I'm quite sure we could use some of that money for an elevator or whatever else is needed at York Street before someone dies. Ask Tanya to put the link on with the article that says about the $900 million that he plans on spending on bike barricades.
Ms. Blunt, the link is posted.
Thank you.
Cyril, you're next. Cyril? Cyril?
Yep, I got it. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Okay, because it takes a while to get unmuted. I had a question about the, you had mentioned staircase. Is that a staircase and an escalator? Are they combined with an actual people can walk up, and people can also escalate up when you described it?
Yeah, we would definitely do both. You have to put in stairs. Escalators are typically not considered an egress route unless you make specific accommodations for that. So we would have a egress stair, probably, and we're planning for escalators in our estimate. Our criteria generally has a certain rise where we want to put escalators in, because it's a burden to climb, and this station is 80 feet deep, so that well exceeds the maximum height rise that we typically plan for an escalator. So we assumed that we would put in escalators. We would also put in a stair in order to provide for that emergency egress as well. I mean, it wouldn't prevent people from using the escalator in emergency. Right. It's just for the purposes of providing sufficient safe egress. That would be required.
And the other part of my question is, were you considering an either or, an elevator either or the escalator stairs? Or would you have both?
We would not, it would be a elevator or an elevator and egress and the stairs. We would not construct a new, we would not be permitted to construct a new entrance without making it accessible to all.
And is the elevator safer than the stairs and escalator in case of an emergency? What would be safer?
I mean, generally, a stair would be considered safer because it allows really two-directional movement as at the control of the person who's escaping, whereas you're dependent on the technology of the elevator. Now, again, almost none of our elevators are considered an emergency egress route. It's not, they require additional accommodation. They're small, generally they're small. So they require, so they wouldn't be helpful in getting people out compared to the stairs. So when I said we would provide accommodation for this, we would do that in this case, just because it would be providing just a little extra emergency accommodation, and every little bit helps in these situations. So again, it would require ventilation to keep the environment tenable in an elevator cab, as well as emergency power so that it could always function.
Kate Gilman, you're next. There you go, Kate.
Hey, there we go. Hey, everyone. One comment, I know that geography and proximate ADA stations are only one piece of it. Obviously, J Street to York Street, something about a mile, but it's a pretty extraordinary mile. Speaking to crossing BQE, large kind of sections of roadway, I want to make sure you guys are taking that kind of into that consideration. This is a pretty scarce area for entering Brooklyn and Brooklyn. And this has been, as you know, just a long-standing pain point for this community, the increased ridership that has plenty of folks who are not able to access that station now. That'll only go up. So I just want to flag that when I think about what it's actually like in the surrounding York Street area and what folks have to do to get themselves over to J. The question I have has been mentioned in the chat as well. Is there anything on that J Street road usage that would make this construction project more viable or less expensive? Or does this really just have to do with getting from ground to tunnel once you're underground? Meaning, if this was more of a pedestrian and less of a car roadway on J Street, does that impact how viable something like this, much needed ADA project would be? Thanks.
So we did not study that, but I can tell you from just where the cost drivers are in the project, that it would, if J Street were pedestrianized, or you could have a large infrastructure, like if you could build a head house to enter the station in the roadbed of J Street, that would significantly reduce the cost of the project. I don't know by how much. I'm not going to say if it's how many digits that would take off. It probably would not. It would not move the decimal over, but it would reduce the cost, because a good chunk of the cost in this project, and why the ADA elevator only is still so expensive, is building that large subterranean room underneath J Street. It's expensive, and we have some very expensive projects in this capital plan for ADA elevators, but none of them. I mean, and they're as deep and they're as complicated. But they're all
in Manhattan.
They're not as expensive because we don't have to build whole new mezzanines to do it, and that's really what's making York Street so expensive for either of the options. I mean, we did look at, can we put it underneath the bridge, the Manhattan Bridge, because there is a median in the middle of J Street and the tunnel's right below it, but those columns get in the way, the large cylindrical columns that are carrying the load of the bridge. And we couldn't make it work, because that would have been something we'd be really considering doing, because it would with the prioritization, but it would make it cheaper just because you don't have to build that mezzanine.
Thank you. John, I'm going to call John Dew. You're on iPad, John, but John, I want to point out something to you. I'm told that you've not been reappointed to the board or to the committee. And I'm going to, as a matter of both comedy and courtesy, because you're a former chairman of the board, treat you as a board member but I remind you that that's something you should check on to find out why that is. And unmute yourself, and why don't you ask whatever question you want to ask?
That's my friend.
Okay, am I unmuted?
You're unmuted.
Yes, thank you for that, Sid. I will tell you, it was an accident at, I'm told, Borough Hall's computers that I wasn't reappointed, but that's not for tonight's discussion. And I don't want to actually ask anything about the York Street station. All of the stations in downtown Brooklyn were supposed to be made ADA compliant 2 decades ago, but we are where we are today. My question is, there are 2 stations in downtown Brooklyn. One is the Hoyt-Schermerhorn Street station. The other is the station on Duffield. I think it services the R train. There was a coordination with developers where elevators were installed down to the mezzanine in 2 buildings that you can access the street. Why are those stations not included with elevators that go down to the platform?
John,
Sorry, Andy.
no, regarding Hoyt-Schermerhorn, I can tell you that Hoyt-Schermerhorn is in the 2020 to 24 capital program. It's one of the 70 stations that will be made ADA accessible as part of the 2020 to 24 capital program. We don't have any information as far as actual construction date, but we'll be coming to the community as soon as we have more information as far as that schedule is concerned. That's for Hoyt-Schermerhorn.
And Duffield Street?
So Rachel, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that's one of the stations that we're working at with a private entity.
Are you referring to, yeah, you're referring to the entrance at J Street Metrotech? The R line?
No. There is an entrance on Duffield Street that was constructed along with a building, and the elevator goes down to the mezzanine.
Yeah,
And we were awaiting information about the platform connection.
That is the J Street Metrotech complex, just at the far south end of the R train station. So it's not part of the mezzanine that connects the F and the R.
I'm gonna use we have a very big agenda. We don't have time to go through each station. Is it possible for me to connect John with someone at MTA so he can get answers to these questions, so I can move the agenda along and let somebody else ask questions?
I'm fine with that, Sid, but this is a community board issue.
I understand. But we have a big agenda, and I'm using I've allowed you to speak. I'm moving my position.
Sid, move along.
That's what I'm doing, John. John,
move along.
Ellis, you're up next. Ellis, you need to unmute yourself.
I got it. Yeah, got it.
Go ahead, Ellis.
Okay. I really appreciate the MTA's attention to issues of accessibility in the ADA. And the beautiful thing about building these type of accommodations that are designed to increase access for people with disabilities is that these accommodations then become, features that everybody, including able-bodied, could use. So I just want to say that because that is just super duper important. Having said all that, you spoke about the elevator, that it was larger than most, but smaller than Clark Street. That is the planned elevator. And I'm just curious, what would be the approximate projected capacity of the elevator?
I know it'll be about 13 by 13 feet. Now, as far as what that translates to capacity, I'd have to look that up, and I'm not sure. But it's sizable. Our standard elevators really have a capacity of 1 or 2 wheelchairs with maybe 1 or 2 companions. So this will be quite a bit larger than that.
Thank you.
I'm going to go to Thomas Olsek next, and then I'm going to go to Neil Modi. Those will be the last two on this topic. Thomas, can you unmute yourself? There you go.
Well, two quick questions. So in the current capital program, there's about 70 stations getting upgraded. Can you kind of give a range for the upper range of how expensive the stations were? And point two, can you speak to the zoning for accessibility program? Has the MTA started identifying stations in our districts that would be eligible for that?
So I'll take the first question and we'll let Rachel take the second one. So we're currently developing probably, I think, what is the most expensive station. There's two ways to look at what the most expensive station is. One is project, which is Broadway Junction. So that's 3 stations out in East New York that will be all connected with multiple elevators. And that's going to be a little over $300 million where we're projecting. Probably the single most expensive single station will be 168th Street on the 1, which is similar to this one. It's deep and it's in rock and it requires modification to the tunnel structure. So that's probably the most expensive single one. Broadway Junction is probably the most expensive complex, like the single investment in a location. So, and those are both advancing right now.
Okay, thank you. Neil, I know I said I'm going to call you, but I'm going to call on Lincoln Ressler, who's the local council member whose hand is up. So Lincoln, if you unmute yourself, you will be able to speak, but you're not unmuted yet.
Oh, there we go. Great. I was allowed to speak. Thank you so much, Sid. I really appreciate you and CB2 as a whole convening this conversation. It's been a long time coming. And I want to thank the whole Dumbo community for their sustained advocacy as well. Myself and Assemblymember Simon and Senator Kavanaugh and Congresswoman Velasquez and her team have met repeatedly with the MTA on this over the last couple of months, really pushing to try to make sure that this study of feasibility was completed and that they got back to CB2 before the end of the year. And to the MTA's credit, they were very concerned about meeting this deadline and getting back to you as well. I think the upshot here is the good news is that a second entrance is feasible. The bad news is that it's really darn expensive. What we all tried to do and what I really insisted on in the conversations with the MTA was to come back to us and say, well, what else can be done to expand capacity? And, as you can hear, this is a conversation for the next capital plan. And we need to start meeting and organizing as a community with the community board as a great partner, but with Dumbo residents and community leaders to figure out how we want to approach this and what we want to advocate for. Because now is really the time for us to start mobilizing and advocating for that next capital plan. And I think it goes without saying that this is a absolutely vital transit issue that needs to be addressed. And the lack of safety and the lack of capacity that the current York Street configuration kind of imposes on our community is totally unacceptable. And I'm committed to helping in every way I can bring the mayor to the table, bring local developers to the table, to think creatively about how we make this work. And I am appreciative that the MTA has kind of gone through the process with us and looked at this carefully and given us some optionality. And I think we can continue to work with them and push them to try to get to an okay outcome. So we've got a ways to go here. This is really the starting point in the conversation. And I really want to thank Sid, you and the whole CB2 community for convening us, for forcing, for working with the elected officials to really bring the MTA to the table to provide this update. So I just want to thank you for that.
Okay, thank you, Lincoln. The next person I'm going to call is Neil. And Sarah, I'm not going to call on you again. Neil Modi. You're unmuted.
Hey there we go. Hey, thank you guys. I think Lincoln hit on what I was going to comment on and ask about. My big concern is, the capital program running to 2024 and already been allocated. That means that any capital project on York Street won't start, until then, which I'm assuming, I asked this in the chat, but Matt, how long would either of these capital projects take, roughly?
So how long from inception is your question. Yeah. So, I mean, we would obviously need to get on the capital program. We might have some advanced look that it's coming. And if it's deemed one of the higher priorities, we might start on it by some of the engineering. We can do some additional planning to get a little ahead of things, but generally it's going to take a year for us to pull together all the requirements for construction and then actually bid it out to a design build contractor. This one might take a little longer because it's complicated and there's a lot of factors, and you want the bidders to get a lot of time putting together the bids together. So typically we give them 6 to 8 months to do the preliminary design that goes into their bid. We might give them more for this one. And then construction itself it takes about 6 months for them to really get going. They have to get materials, they have to get on the site, they have to get all their paperwork and insurances together. And then this one will probably take 2 to 3 years, and maybe 3, maybe even 3 to 4. It's complicated. If we have to keep traffic moving on York Street, it'll take longer. It's going to be a complicated, long project, and there'll be construction for a long time. So to summarize, it could be, I mean, from the start of the capital program, it could be 6 years before the improvement will be complete.
Got it. Thank you for the detailed answer.
Okay, thank you, everyone. I'm gonna move the agenda along. The next item is DOT.
Before, Sid, I apologize. Before we go to DOT, I just wanted to say, because we did tell the elected officials that we would be saying this, as far as the very, very next steps for this, we know everyone cannot make the community board meeting tonight. So what we are going to look to do is to work with the elected officials and the community board, of course, in trying to have some kind of a town hall meeting this summer regarding York Street as well. So more to come on that, but we just wanted to, alert people that we will try to work with the community on that if it's possible this summer.
Andy, thank you so much. I appreciate it. I'm disappointed, obviously, but I do appreciate the fact that this has at least been fully studied. And you'll get my Freedom of Information request for the full study later today.
Thanks very much.
Thank you. So Commissioner Bray, I'm going to call on you.
Thanks, Chair Meyer. So next item is going to be about some critical repairs that we're going to make into the BQE. We want to update the community on it. I want to briefly introduce the team. So again, Keith Bray, Broken Barrel Commissioner. Turn over to Julie. Julie Barrel, can she be unmuted?
Hi, good evening. I'm here with NYC DOT Chief Strategy Officer, and I'm going to speak a little bit more in a moment, but want to turn it over to my colleague Tanvi Pandya, who's also on the line first.
There we go. Hello, good evening. I'm Tanvi Pandya. I am the BQE Program Director. I look forward to talking to you shortly. I will be sharing screen to walk through our presentation.
So thanks so much to the board for welcoming us this evening. It's really great to be here. I'll share that this is my second week here at DOT. I've been brought on to manage the many moving parts of the BQE project, among some other priorities. I'm here at DOT after about 7 years in the mayor's office and city council, where I worked on many issues, including transportation. Tanvia, you're
yeah, I'm gonna switch.
You got it? Okay.
One second. I'm gonna switch the swap. There we go.
Yeah, cool. I'll continue. And so I just want to share, I've worked and I've gone to school and attended religious services in downtown Brooklyn throughout my life. And so I'm just really excited to have the opportunity to collaborate with all of you going forward. Before we begin the presentation, I just wanted to take a moment to acknowledge the recent press coverage about the future of the BQE and share some next steps before Tanvi gets into the details on the construction. So as the mayor said, the BQE is, as we all know, a vital part of our transportation system and our economy. And we know that we can and we must immediately start working with the community on a plan for the safe, modern, and resilient structure that we need. We cannot wait 2 decades and unnecessarily spend hundreds of millions of additional taxpayer dollars. And so that's what the prior plan would have done. The mayor has decided that we're going to be taking a bold corridor-wide approach to address the entire structure and reconnect communities that we believe have been needlessly divided by this highway. And I can assure you that the road is safe. Tommy is going to be talking a lot more about this shortly, but we're moving forward with all necessary repairs and the structure is constantly monitored. We really have a once in a generation opportunity here to access the federal funding we need to reimagine and rebuild the BQE for a post-pandemic city and economy. And we want to work with all of you, the impacted communities, to identify a vision for the BQE that works for everyone. So we will kick off a thorough public engagement process in the coming weeks, and we really look forward to coming back to you and making sure that everyone along the corridor can participate and have lots of information and provide a great deal of feedback. But for now, I'm going to turn over the presentation for tonight to our engineering team to speak to the topic at hand, the 2023 repairs.
Thank you, Julie. So while that larger conversation is ongoing, of course, we are focused on keeping this section of the BQE safe for everyone's use. And so just to kind of point out where we're talking about, this is a section that has been talked about quite a bit. And we are talking about two specific areas on the Queensbound roadway here. But the way we identified those two spots is by the work that we've been doing. Some of you know I've been leading a team here at City DOT doing analysis and a lot of inspections and monitoring since 2016. We, since 2019, have done quarterly walkthroughs of the whole site. Anything we identify that needs more monitoring or testing, we then proceed with that. And then we continue doing that in addition to our biennial inspections, so that you know that the state DOT also has engineers that come out every 2 years and inspect every section of this roadway. So all of that information, in addition, all the sensors that we have installed, we had a few sensors earlier, but since last year, we've installed several more sensors. So all that data, plus the testing that we have done of the actual concrete, samples that we removed, not just back in the early years, but we have done some additional sampling since, provides a lot of information about the condition of the structure. The other half of that equation is what kind of loads do the structure see. And so since 2019, we have had a weigh in motion technology in use. We have had it installed in the Queensbound and Staten Island bound direction. So we have a very good idea of the kinds of trucks that are on this corridor and the weights that they carry. This combined with the condition of the structure is how we model what is the long range plan for this project. So that is where our focus has been, even as these larger conversations have been going on. And we've identified specific locations that sort of became the weak links that we identified that we want to address, so that we continue keeping the corridor in use while this visioning and other conversations occur. So these two specific locations, as far as the roadway is concerned, is the span 34, which is at close to Clark Street as a cross section or a cross street reference. And in that same area is the Clark Street fan plant. I'll explain that area in a bit, but that's between the Queensbound roadway and Staten Island bound roadway. So we're going to take the opportunity to address some of the conditions internal to that area. Also the span 4 on the Queensbound roadway, which is pretty close to Grace Court. And then lastly, the Geraldman Street garage. This is the rolling doors that you see on Geraldman. We can go pretty far back into it, and there is some structural work that needs to be done in that area. So again, looking at it from another direction, this sort of gives you an idea of the area we're talking about. So this is purely on the roadway, nothing to do with the promenade, doesn't affect any use of the promenade for any of this part. In terms of the Clark Street, hopefully this picture helps you understand where we're talking about here on the top right. So that behind this area is what you see in these pictures on the bottom 2 left. The only access to these areas are from the Queensbound roadway. So this is why, while we're doing the work on the Queensbound roadway, we have closures already. So we take advantage of that and address these conditions inside the fan plant area, obviously with coordination with MTA. It does not affect the use of the subway, doesn't implicate anything there. It's simply that we are close to their equipment, so we're coordinating with them for that reason. So subway service is not impacted. And lastly is the Geralman area that we spoke about. So that's that garage door area, and you can go pretty deep inside the structure in here. And at the back is this abutment or substructure unit where there is a crack and some other conditions that we would like to address with some cross beams that need to be repaired. So all of this Geralman work obviously is relatively easier to handle in terms of traffic. Contractor can access through this door and work inside, so it doesn't have as much of an impact on the overall BQE traffic. Of course, the local street and the neighborhood directly adjacent would, would be aware of the construction. However, we do not expect it to be anything that would be too impactful. And certainly we will be in touch with the local neighbors to make sure that we keep them in the loop on what's going on and what to expect. So the kind of work we're doing, just for everybody's understanding, when we get close to the joints, as you can all obviously see as you drive by, there's a lot more deterioration. And in those areas, we would need to remove quite a bit of the concrete. And obviously the top also has to be repaired. And then we would place new concrete with some new rebars to supplement the rebars that are left in place. And because of the cantilever nature of the structure, we would need to place this across all 3 or 2 lanes, depending on different parts of this corridor. So this is why we need to talk about this so far in advance, because this is obviously a very complex design and requires significant closures. So we'll get into that in a moment, what that implies. As we go further away from the joint, the repairs are a little less deep into the concrete. So we're not going all the way through to the bottom of the deck. It's just a little more surface, if you will. And so we just, again, supplement the rebars, put new concrete and overlay. So that will happen in subsequent weekends. So the first weekend is the most intense amount of work. And then there'll be 2 more weekends with some prep work for this last portion of the work. And while that is going on, and because the lanes will be closed around those times anyway, and since the access down into this area inside Clark Street is from up top, that's when workers will also go inside and handle this work, this in red and the column in yellow. So
And
that's,
Tanvi, we've just had a question in the chat. Can you just repeat the streets where these spans are, please?
so it's, one is near Grace Court on Queensbound Roadway, and the other is near Clark Street, also on Queensbound Roadway.
Thank you.
Sure. So the way this work will function, and we acknowledge it right off the bat that of course this is going to be disruptive because of traffic and many other reasons for people living not just around here, but regionally. And so we've spent a lot of time planning how to get this work done. And this has been obviously a hot topic of discussion for many years, but definitely specifically to this work, we've tried to figure out ways to minimize the duration, but also, being mindful of how to get it done without too much disruption. So during the prep work, similar to a lot of the other times that we've done work around this corridor, we would close 1 lane, depending on which area we're working in. Occasionally, if we're doing work where we are above the Staten Island bound lane, we might need to close this lane as well. But this is all during overnight, similar to what we normally do on an ongoing basis for all kinds of maintenance work. And then when that first closest to the joint area has been prepped fully, that's when we would be going to this first weekend where we would need to close Queensbound Roadway, all lanes, and 1 lane of the Staten Island bound roadway from 2 a.m. Saturday night. So, what we would call Friday night, but it's really Saturday a.m. into Monday AM. And that the reason for that is, we need to have this concrete pour that goes across all of the lanes on Queensbound Roadway. It needs time to cure. And while that concrete is curing, it needs to be supported from underneath until it gains sufficient strength that we could remove this contraption down below that's holding the concrete in place. And so for that reason, the one lane of Staten Island bound also is closed. As soon as we think that this concrete is ready to support itself, even as it's finishing its cure, we can remove this and try and open up this lane. But permitted hours are going to go from 2 to 4 a.m. And I'm going to walk through in a moment just what that looks like and all the mitigation strategies we have considered for it. But that's one weekend. The subsequent, in between, there'll be again prep for an additional band that goes beyond the joints, where they'll do the preps during the overnight closures with plates during the daytime hours. And then there'll be a second weekend where all lanes on Queensbound Roadway will be closed. However, this time we don't need to close the Staten Island bound roadway because the work is closer to the surface. It's not as deep. And then the third weekend will be similar in nature. So to summarize, there would be prep. First weekend shut down, Queensbound completely closed, then more prep. Second weekend where Queensbound is closed, Staten Island bound's open, and then again on a third weekend. So of course, there will be significant closure notifications, not just locally, but regionally. We have met with all of our partners at New Jersey DOT, Port Authority, TBTA, Thruway, Connecticut DOT, and so on, to try to make sure that we coordinate and we are, making sure that the alternate routes that we're thinking about remain functional. In addition to that, we're also making sure that we talk to FDNY and all of our emergency services to ensure that the services that would be needed, that need to get to places quickly, can actually do that. So a lot of that planning is ongoing, and we are working through to make sure that those concerns are addressed from those agency perspectives. But now we're starting to talk to the community boards, and then we'll continue reaching out to some of the very specific buildings and businesses that are directly adjacent, and then start taking their concerns into account as we move forward. All of this will obviously require significant amount of traffic enforcement agents as well as pedestrian managers, several variable message boards, and use of encouraging the use of alternate directions of traffic instead of coming to this area. So obviously a huge blitz to try to encourage people to use mass transit or rearrange delivery schedules and so on in such a way that they are not coming into this area to the extent feasible. This has successfully been done in other places with adequate, advertising and really making the point clear that this is not a good weekend to try to, drive around in circles, I guess. But also, in spite of that, obviously, there's a certain amount of movement that needs to occur in this area that cannot be avoided. And so for that reason, we've worked out pretty elaborate mapping and detours and whatnot that I'll be walking it through now. And then we will still have the TA agents and pad managers and so on to quickly direct. And plus we will have our forces available to monitor conditions as they occur and try and address them, as well as, we have our PD and others who will be assisting in making sure that traffic continues to move and it's safe for pedestrians and vehicles. So as far as the closures, so, and again, just to be clear, this is not happening anytime soon. I just want to say that I'm going to walk through schedule in a moment, but we're talking about sometime in 2023 here, and we will be coming back with more details. But on a high level, we just want to walk you through what this looks like. So for that first weekend, when Staten Island bound roadway is down to one lane, we will be closing the on-ramps from the Tillery and Sand Street area to reduce the amount of traffic so that it can flow on the one lane. And then the more local traffic would be encouraged to use Furman Street to get back onto BQE, where we will have set it up to be a 2-lane entrance so that traffic can get onto that Staten Island bound roadway more quickly. On the other end, we will be encouraging folks to use the Hugh Carey Tunnel to get into Lower Manhattan and avoid coming into this area and trying to use Brooklyn or Manhattan Bridge. There's also some local movements of the related to transit that we will have to address. There's a couple of bus stops that we are in conversation with transit about. So we'll be working through that and informing public about that in advance. So the primary route for those that have been, for those using those 2 ramps at Tillery and Sands would be to head to 3rd Avenue. And then also for the more local traffic that comes off of Manhattan Bridge would be marked detour towards Flatbush and 4th Avenue. Understanding that there are people who know their way around, they will look to find other side streets, and we will try to discourage that to the extent possible. And, you know, we'll have heavy TA presence to try to prevent people from going to streets that are not marked. And we'll work with the apps in that regard. So then those coming off of Brooklyn Bridge would also be using Furman Street to get back onto Staten Island bound BQE if that's their direction. So these are the 3 primary routes where they will be, the detours will be marked for that Staten Island bound traffic. In the sense of the very local traffic, right, this is a lot. But for those of you who are very familiar with the area, I'm sure you can pick it up pretty quickly that all the on-ramps are closed. Last off-ramp in this area is down at York Street. And then there's 2 lanes coming on to Staten Island bound roadway. So all of the local traffic that needs to get on to BQE will be doing it down at Atlantic Avenue or at Columbia Street. For that traffic to move in that direction in this way, we will be looking to have Furman Street be 2-way going down towards Atlantic Avenue in order to get all of that traffic that was trying to get on at either Wine Street or Sand Street need to make their way along Furman. So this is why we're also looking very heavily into ped managers in this area. We understand with all of the park movements and the walk along the waterways, we need to be careful on that. And so this traffic would then come into Columbia Street on-ramp into Staten Island bound roadway. And again, there's some localized transit movements that we will have to make sure that we're assisting with. So that's for the Staten Island bound roadway. That only happens one weekend from Saturday morning to Monday morning. After that, you know, Queensbound roadway is for all 3 weekends. Again, this is, you know, all the on-ramps that come before this section of the roadway, we're going to close to try to prevent the number of vehicles that end up all the way at Atlantic Avenue and now have nowhere to go. So they'll be encouraged to take alternate routes well in advance south of this area. And we'll be encouraged to use the Hugh Carey Tunnel to stay away from this Brooklyn Bridge, Manhattan Bridge area. They will also be in the HOV configuration from certain, similar to the AM peak hours, to encourage more quick movements into the tunnel, and hopefully that reduces the need to come into this section. And again, of course, there's going to be some traffic that's going to want to go through the local streets. So we will also be looking to try and manage that with some local street changes, which could be, you know, preventing certain turns that tend to clog up certain intersections on that weekend, some parking changes to create some additional storage for turns that need to happen, things of that nature. So we'll be talking much more detailed about this as the time comes closer, and as more especially for people who are directly adjacent to these areas. And we will share more as as it gets closer. And again, looking to try to prevent turns that are going into very neighborhoody streets that cannot handle the traffic, but also tend to create a traffic jam because those turns are just very difficult to do. So again, for those who end up all the way at Atlantic Avenue, that exiting traffic would be directed to take Atlantic to Borum to Tillery Street to get back onto Queensbound Roadway. The ones that are for what our preference and more direct connection, we will be encouraging most drivers to do is take the 3rd Avenue and get on at Tillery. And that will be those will be the map routes. And then except for the ones that have to get on at this, we will have to accommodate them through Adams and Tillery. So that's the mapped detour. And like I said, there will be people who will try to use other streets, and we will try and manage that with the T agents to prevent that kind of cut throughs. And then last but not the least, our concerns always with freight and not having them show up on neighborhood streets. They will be encouraged to use Linden Boulevard, especially for those headed towards JFK and other areas, so that they don't come into this area at all for that weekend. Also, to make sure that the traffic that is encouraged to go to Manhattan Bridge, that traffic actually gets off in Manhattan and continues on so that it doesn't clog back into Brooklyn. There will be some modifications made to the local streets in that area with additional TEA presence to make sure that we can get traffic through and keep the Manhattan Bridge flowing. So there's some additional changes at that point. Where we are in this process currently is we have nearly completed our contract documents. We are getting ready to have the advertisement occur in next few weeks. After the selection and the registration process, we anticipate by the end of this year, a contractor will be on board. At that point, they will be providing a more specific schedule based on their means and methods and specific plan of work, which is when we would be able to key in on the specific weekends where we anticipate this work to occur. And obviously, we have also given them lots of weekends of when they can't do any closures, obvious ones being major holidays, but also there are major events that we know that occur that, during which we cannot have closures of this kind. So we've already included that, but in addition to that, we have to account for their method of work, and then that's when we will have the precise schedule. So at that point, we will come back and give you those exact dates, but obviously the communication will continue and we will be reaching out to many more folks around the neighborhood still. So the closures are anticipated to occur. The overnights will be spread out over several months, depending on when we can get that weekend, so we don't end up leaving plates out there too long. So we'll do bursts of work between March and October with 3 weekends that would be spread out to match those bursts of work. The Geralman Street garage work can occur anytime in that window. There's no closure required for BQE on that. And like I said, the additional information will be shared in the future with very specific information, but in the meantime, we'll continue listening to your concerns and looking to address them. So with that, thank you.
Let me, I'm going to get there. I see Sarah and wants to ask questions, but I want to say something before we get started. The first meeting I went on the BQE occurred in a building that no longer exists over 20 years ago. That was when this whole process started. This whole process has gone on for well over 20 years, and may has gone over well over 30 years. And all we have gotten out of it is closing one lane in each direction. And Commissioner Bray will tell you that I was very supportive of that closing, even though it's made for very difficult traffic in the area. The safety of this is critical. There is a bridge on a part of this that has been misaligned, that it was part of the changes to realign it so that it would be repaired correctly. That's not being done. I strongly support a overall program to revision the entire corridor. I can't imagine that taking anything less than 10 years to do. The billions that will have to be asked for, by the time they're ready to ask for those billions of dollars, all the money that's in the billions that have been proposed will be spent or will be allocated elsewhere. There's $39 billion needed for the repair of the tunnels for the subway system, not for the subway system, for the from New Jersey to New York, 39 billion. All right. Now we're talking about over $1 billion just to bring this up to standard. All the changes and Julie, I commend you. You're gonna have a difficult job, and frankly, we are here to help, not to hurt. We will try to help you. Right?
Thank you.
There are issues. I have concerns about that. There's on turning from Atlantic to go south. There's no left turn onto 3rd Avenue. You're gonna have to make changes for that. We have Atlantic coming up. It has to be accommodated. One of the things that's being considered is closing on Saturdays, Smith Street, okay, coming northbound. And if you do that, traffic will be pushed onto 3rd Avenue. And this needs to be fully coordinated and discussed in great detail. And we're not going to have time to do all that here today, frankly. We have a very big agenda, right? But I urge you to listen to the community. The community is not here to hurt these projects. We do not want to get hurt from these projects either. We want this done so that everybody in the community, and I mean bicyclists, drivers, whatever, truck drivers, are accommodated to the extent that they can and safely. The worst thing in the world that could happen is that the BQE in its current process gets closed, because that traffic's going to go someplace and it's going to go right into my neighborhood and to everyone's neighborhood on this call. And I urge you to listen. I urge you to hear the expertise that has been created in the community over 25 years. I've been to every one of these meetings. I've been through the underneath of the BQE. So have most of the people here. We have tried to make this work. We are very unhappy about the fact that it's being postponed again. We've been through this enough. We want this done right now, and we will work with you to make that done. We will try to help you get the money to do that, but we want it moved quickly with as little baloney as possible. And that's all I have to say, and I'm going to call on Ciro.
May I say, Chair, one word? We agree with you. We have to get to work as soon as possible to talk to the community and move this forward. We believe this plan will create a longer term fix sooner. And I recognize this is immensely important to this community. I've spent a lot of time in the downtown Brooklyn area where your community board boundaries are. And I just want to make myself broadly available to all of you on this call to sit down and talk through this in greater detail in an ongoing way. So please never hesitate to reach out.
Believe me, I won't.
I know. And I do welcome it.
Ciro, you can unmute yourself. Ciro? There you
Okay,
go.
I got it. Thank you, Sid. Thank you very much, Sid. Thank you, Julie and Tanya, for the major presentation you made. It was very involved, very intricate, and I wanted to make sure I tried to follow it very carefully. However, I just want to talk about. Could you bring up the map, the first map of the entire BQE that you showed us? It was the earliest map, the really earliest map.
Way back.
Yeah, way back.
Right there.
Way back in 2023.
That's the one.
No, that one, go further again, I'm sorry. Yeah.
The one with the
That one?
spans, yeah.
Now,
Okay.
I want to just tell you that the area between Cranberry, Midog, and the Brooklyn Bridge, going through to the Brooklyn Bridge, that corridor, you didn't mention it, and I would like you to really address this serious issue. We have had major increase in vibrations and shakings. I know you've been to that area. You're not unfamiliar to that area. I'm sure Julie is familiar with that area. Many people in the North Heights that you go through Cranberry, Midog, Columbia Bridge, that whole area onto the Brooklyn Bridge, we've had a major increase. Our councilman, Lincoln, has heard from the community. They have constantly called and made complaints. I would like you to seriously take a portion of your time. Please investigate that area. It's causing undue damage to some of the homes. This is not just anecdotal. This is actual facts. And I know what you're doing. You've got a major plan ahead of you, but the community, sometimes immediate work will help you get the big job done. You won't be hearing from the community if you could take care of that Band-Aid and fix it. And I would like you to make a commitment to us that you will look into it and reach out to the community and tell them what we are doing and when you are doing it. It's very important. Thank you.
Thank you, Ciro. And I noticed that I was trying to follow the chat and that Pia also mentioned Midog Street. I'll let Tanvi speak to the specifics there, but I do just want to say again that safety is our #1 priority. This is the most monitored structure in New York City. So I know that our expert engineers are really watching very closely to make sure the conditions are safe. But Tanvi, do you want to speak a little bit to this specific section?
Sure, and I think, we've monitored this section for a long time. We've had vibration monitors installed in several properties in this area, along with other areas. And then we went back again in 2019 and did additional. We've done some even over this last winter. One of the things that occurred when there was an increase in vibrations for a bit was there was a major water main break. And the increase in vibration coincided with that water main break. And then when that work was completed, the increase went back down to what was the baseline. I appreciate that that is a frustrating answer in terms of, what can you do to fix it? But the way the structure is built interconnected to the neighborhood, there is some level of vibration that does travel. However, the measurements we are seeing on the structure are not at a level that are of the nature that we can address by doing something to the structure. It is inherent in the way everything is built. In addition to that, each individual building has its own signature and its own reaction to what it feels, not just from the structure, but from any other adjoining sources of vibrations. So it could be where the subway lines are or some other activities that are ongoing. That said, we are not ignoring the vibrations. We are very much monitoring it, and we continue to have conversations around what are the kinds of things we might do. As you know, we've repaved multiple times in this area, even since I've been here, which is a very short time in the scheme of how often we typically repave. We do pothole repairs and we are out there quite frequently. But we're getting to a point where all of the things we do are giving us diminishing returns. So where we used to be able to repave and get a quieter roadway for longer periods, it's getting shorter and shorter. So that is because of the inherent issues within the deck, not safety related, but just the way the impacts of the trucks on the potholes act. So we are continuing to monitor, and we completely hear you on, we need to address your concerns now. We can't get to the longer term solutions if we are not working towards that as well.
I'm happy to commit tonight. I just started. I'm very happy to dig into this specific intersection with Midog because I do hear and see in the comments that this is a major concern for people. I'm happy to come back and speak with you, Ciro, and others about that.
Minar's the street is the one where the bridge is not correctly aligned. You know, my background goes this back to when Bill Bulis was the head of bridges for DOT, and that's a long time ago. So, you know, that's the problem. That one is the misaligned bridge, and it's the one that's the most difficult, and it's the one that most shakes.
Well, Sid, thank you very much for that. You're an expert in that field. I will respect your opinion. Just to say, I'm not satisfied with the answer, and I would like Julie to actually address it and come back to us, because it is an actual problem. It is not only on Midog. It goes right up to Willow and to Cranberry. It's not just Midog. Thank you.
Let's not wait for this until our next meeting. Our next meeting is not till September.
I was gonna say, let's take a walk. I would love to come down.
You know,
Happy to do that.
Schedule a walk. I'm happy to go out there with you, with people from the community. We can do it again.
Thank you.
The next person I have, the only other hand I see up is Jake Brooks. Jake, you're limited to 2 minutes. Once you get unmuted. Jake, okay, you've got 2 minutes.
I'm unmuted now, thanks. Just a clarification on this project, that's sort of the 3 weekends and the March through October of next year. Is that just with respect to the repairs at the Grace Court and Clark Street span? Or will that also involve not only repairs there, but a more general resurfacing and repair of the deck along the lines of what Tanvi just said is needed to actually mitigate some of the problems in the neighborhood? Thanks.
So the specific repairs we talked about are limited to the span 434 work that I was talking about. When we do the repaving and those kinds of things, we do that with in-house forces, and we've done that without needing to have complete closures. But there is a limitation on how often we can repave. We repaved last year, so it's a little bit difficult to come back very quickly to do that. That doesn't mean we don't address conditions that we see, of course. So while we have that contractor out there, if there's areas that we've identified, we'll take advantage of the closure and address those as well. We do have another contractor on board that we have brought on simply to address any major conditions that we identified that we want to get to quickly. So we have means of getting to that as well.
Okay, the next person I've got is Lincoln. Lincoln, unmute yourself, and then I have Michael Streeter, and that will be the last on this topic. Lincoln, go ahead.
Great. Thanks so much, Sid. And again, really just appreciate your expertise and leadership here. We're fortunate to have you chairing this committee at CB2. I just want to underscore that, I appreciate that the administration is kind of looking forward to kind of a future solution for the triple cantilever, which we all know is crumbling. But that we can't, for 1 millisecond, take our eyes off the urgent repairs that are needed. And appreciate you giving the community ample notice and beginning the engagement, kind of an awareness process around some pretty disruptive stuff that's going to be happening next year. I just want to underscore that from my vantage point, we've got 2 parallel tracks here. One, to try to work to find a long-term solution together and swiftly, one which the community will really need to buy into. And secondly, is to just monitor the heck out of this structure, which is falling apart before our eyes, and make sure the DOT is doing absolutely everything in its power. We've now set up monthly meetings with my office and some stakeholders to hold DOT to account on all of the preservation and repair work that they need to be doing. And we won't be shy about, making sure that if there are concerns that we let the community board and the community know. But I, appreciate Julie coming to join this conversation, and she brings a lot of experience and expertise. And Tanvi's certainly been working on this one for as long as I can remember. We'll do our best to be good partners. But my primary concern is making sure that we avert disaster and that we focus on every single potential preservation action that we can. And that's really what we're going to be laser focused on right now. So, I appreciate the opportunity for DOT to update the community and look forward to DOT letting us all know how you're planning to approach more comprehensive community engagement so that we together can work with the community to forge a long-term solution. So we'll be monitoring this one as close as we possibly can. This is the most important infrastructure project in District 33. It's the most important project that our office is focused on. And we'll do everything we possibly can to make sure that the community is at the table as we work forward on both the immediate repairs and the long-term solution. So thank you very much, Sid, and thank you to DOT for beginning to start this conversation with us all, to restart this conversation perhaps this evening.
Michael?
Council members, can I just say thank you so much. We really appreciate your leadership on this. It's always a pleasure to work with you over these many years we've partnered. And I really look forward to working with you and all of the communities represented along the corridor here. I just noticed in the chat a question about when we're going to be coming back with timeline on engaging the community. And I did want to just add, we're going to be kicking off a thorough public engagement process in the coming weeks. I really expect to be coming back in the next 2 to 3 weeks with that full schedule and really spend the summer making sure that everyone knows what's going to be moving forward on engagement so that everyone can participate through the fall.
Thank you. Michael Streeter?
Hi, yeah, thanks. I live directly on top of the BQE, that section. I'm at the very end of Grace Court. And every day throughout the day, I see illegal oversized trucks driving over the BQE, one after another. The BQE study, a few years back identified that's one of the main reasons we are experiencing the extent of the problem we have now. And I know there's something in the works to weigh in and fine trucks automatically. But in the meanwhile, our buildings are shaking. People in my building are complaining about it. And most of these trucks are the illegal 58 footers. They are illegal on every single square inch of Brooklyn. And you can see them all day everywhere. Often they stop traffic, they bring it to a halt, they make their way all through downtown Brooklyn. And for years, DOT, Port Authority, NYPD, they each could have fined them and really put an end to that practice. And right after the study, Bill de Blasio announced a crackdown with supposedly massive fines, thousands of dollars. And that FOIL shows that didn't happen. If you talk to an officer at 84th, I've been doing this for years, and say, hey, that truck there, it has the number 53, it's illegal. They have no clue. They go, huh? And shady dispatchers are just taking advantage of that. They have for years. It's just, it's completely unenforced. And companies like Target and Amazon, they've just been profiting from it for years. But meanwhile, here I am on Grace Court, and I'm paying a huge price. My neighbors are. So why aren't they being ticketed? Why are we paying an enormous price, but they just get to keep brazenly breaking the law?
One, you're absolutely right. Second of all, the weight and motion thing that doesn't go into effect until next year will only fine them after it doesn't get them off the roads. The way they did this at the very beginning, they put state troopers on the Verrazanos Narrows Bridge and they stopped them from coming up. And they found trucks that were as much as 140% overweight. You're absolutely right. This is an issue that needs to be enforced. Lincoln, this is an issue that you need to work on because the police and DOT are really not doing anything about this.
That sounds really frustrating, Michael. And as I said, this is a new DOT, a new administration. We're deeply committed to the safety of this road. I promise you that I will take this back to our team and try to work with PD. We've been doing a lot of work with them recently on Vision Zero. And so I hope that new partnership will help us to deepen our ability to enforce here. But I do just want to mention that the Weigh in Motion is going to be effective by the end of the year. So we do hope that will begin to change behavior. That had to be state legislatively moved forward, but it is going to be implemented by the end of the year, not starting early next year.
Okay, we're going to have to move the agenda on. I'm sorry, Sandy. I promise I will call on you in the next section. All right, if you call the next section to work on is the DDC with the design and DOT about Park Avenue, Ingersoll House's safety improvement. Please.
Chair, thank you so much for having us. Look forward to continuing to work with you.
And Sandy, Julie, can you put your email in the chat so if people want to reach you, they can? Thank you, Julie. And this is Casey Gurrell.
He's the presenter for the next item, Park Avenue, Ingersoll.
Hi, everyone. I just got unmuted. I'm going to share my screen. So as stated, my name is Casey Gurrell, and I'm a senior project manager at DOT, and I'm joined by colleagues at the Department of Design and Construction to present an update for our Park Avenue Ingersoll Houses pedestrian safety improvement project. I'll get going because I know there's more agenda items after this one. So two main agenda items for this presentation, going over background and past work at this location and the upcoming capital improvements. So background and past work. So we're looking at the section of Park Avenue near Tillery and Navy Street. Prior to this, we've received community requests to close the slip lanes at Park Avenue, Tillery Street, and Navy Street. We've also received community requests for crossings at St. Edward's Street at Park Avenue to connect to Commodore Barry Park, and a signal was recently installed at this location. So in 2019, DOT actually conducted an in-house project to close the northbound Navy Street slip lane to eastbound Park Avenue. The slip lane was closed in temporary materials. You can see in this after photo with paint delineators. And then in 2021, the new signal was installed at Park Avenue and St. Edward's. In addition to all this in-house work, there was also a larger downtown Brooklyn downtown revitalization initiative. So downtown Brooklyn was selected in 2019 in the third round of New York State's Downtown Revitalization Initiative, also called DRI. There, local partners, elected officials, and organizations led a community-based planning process to identify projects to spend the $10 million that was received from the state as part of the grant. So there were 7 projects that were submitted and approved as part of that process. And the largest one was to improve the streetscape and pedestrian safety along Tillery Street, Navy Street, and the Park Avenue crossings. So that's what this capital project is coming out of. So going over these capital improvements. So the project is called HWK DTBK. It's titled the Park Avenue Ingersoll Houses Pedestrian Safety Improvement Project. It's a $10 million project, $5.6 million of which is from New York State as part of the Downtown Revitalization Initiative grant. Almost $4 million is from straight city funds, and $500,000 is from then Borough President Adams, now Mayor Adams. So the locations of this project are 2 intersections, Park Avenue and Tillery Street and Navy Street, and Park Avenue and St. Edward Street. Some background for the safety data. In the past 5 years, there have been 4 pedestrian injuries, one of which was severe, 8 bicycle injuries, and 46 motor vehicle occupant injuries. No fatalities have been recorded at these 2 intersections. So a little bit of the schedule for this capital project. So we're here for an initial meeting to go over the kind of concept plan. This project includes pedestrian safety enhancements, accessibility improvements, bus stop improvements, and bicycle improvements. The project was fully scoped in 2019 and funded in 2019. In 2022, we kicked off design with DDC, so it's been transmitted to DDC, and they are now the project leads. We expect preliminary design to be complete in 2023, which includes a community presentation where we will come back to the board to present preliminary design. Design will be complete in 2024, construction in 2025, and then construction will be complete in approximately 2027. So I'm going to go over each intersection, give a high-level overview of the concept plan. So just remember, we will be back once we have a more final design in case there are any changes. So the big improvement here is closing the western slip lane and the eastern slip lane and permanent materials, maintaining the green spaces, increasing pedestrian space, creating new pedestrian access, and reducing conflicts between turning vehicles and pedestrians. We'll be adding a bus bulb for the B62 bus stop. This allows smoother bus operations and faster boarding and unloading for the bus. We are proposing reconstruction of degraded sidewalks along some of the NYCHA properties between Park Avenue or between Navy Street and St. Edward Street. And the final improvement at this location is building out a two-way bike lane as a grade separated protected bike lane within the project limits. We're coordinating with the Navy Street Ashland Place bike project, which we presented after this. So whatever happens as part of that project, we'll be coordinating and accommodating in this reconstruction. Looking at the second location at Park Avenue and St. Edwards, directly across from Commodore Barry Park. The signal was installed in 2021. However, as part of this project, we'll be adding a few more additional crossings to complete the pedestrian network at this location. We'll be creating a walkable pedestrian area under the BQE with pedestrian scale lighting to create a more welcoming and inviting entrance into Commodore Barry Park. Adding curb extensions on both sides of the street to shorten pedestrian crossings and relocate the parking that is currently where the pedestrian area is going to be to where that turnaround area is. So maintaining parking at this location. So the benefits for this project are eliminating the high-speed turns and conflicts between turning vehicles and pedestrians, as shown in the slip lane here. We're increasing pedestrian space and creating more direct pedestrian desire lines, improving the crossings to Commodore Barry Park, and improving bicycle access and safety. This is a very short presentation, so I can open it up to any questions.
Mr. Myers?
Yes.
Mr. Myers, sorry.
Is that the end of the presentation?
Yes. Ms. Cullen Chung's hand is raised.
Yes, I say, Juliet, you want to ask a question? You need to unmute yourself, Juliet.
Thanks, Sid. Casey, hi. I was commenting, I would like to comment that it would be great if you could do outreach to the local neighborhood organizations. For example, the MARP, Myrtle Avenue bid was the one that advocated for the closure of that eastern slip lane, and it is currently closed on a temporary basis. The $10 million seems like a lot of money to spend on a partial addressing of the problem. I think that a lot of the problem is caused by the 84th precinct parking all over the place, and you didn't even mention that. So they are parking under the bridge. They are parking along the western side of Tillery. The experience of walking under the bridge in between cars with children because of PS 284 right there. It's a really awful experience. And I know you brought up the safety perspective, but there's also just the, what is the experience like walking underneath the urban design experience, walking underneath this really awful space. So I hope that you can expand what you're looking at and instead spend some of that $10 million making the area really focused on pedestrians. If the police are going to park there, give them a place to park that is not in the middle of the walkway. So, please do some outreach to the local police precinct and incorporate in your design some preventative measures so that they can't park all over the place. Thanks.
Seeing nobody else with their hand up. Thank you. We're going to move on to the next presentation concerning the Gates Avenue pedestrian plaza.
Ms. Wiedenhoff, you should be able to unmute yourself now. There you
Great,
are.
thank you so much. Appreciate it. Hi, everyone. Good evening. My name is Emily Weidenhoff. I'm the Director of Public Space here at New York City DOT, and I'm here tonight to give you an update on our Gates Avenue Plaza proposal. After a very tragic crash in the area, we were asked to look specifically at ways that we could create a safer environment, but kind of zooming out, Fulton Street has been a long-standing priority for DOT, both creating plazas along the district as well as bus lanes and other critical pedestrian improvements. As we took a new and refreshed look, we also saw a tremendous amount of opportunity both to think about improvements here in supporting the broad network of schools, both daycares and elementary schools in the district, some of which you can see highlighted here, as well as key connections to our open streets in the Prospect Heights neighborhood to the south. So the plan that we're going to talk through in greater detail today really does look to deliver a new vibrant public space at this location, one that both supports the bustling commercial activity along Fulton Street, but one that also can help support the growing increase of residential building, particularly that are on a few of the blocks to the south. We also see, really critical opportunity to make safety improvements for this school corridor and the senior populations that live close by, as well as, establishing safety and public space for those using Vanderbilt and Fulton as a transit corridor. And overall, being able to do this with minimal impacts to the traffic network. So we're talking about a proposal that would deliver these benefits using our interim toolkit, the paint and gravel, flexible delineators, movable furniture, granite blocks that you can see here. As part of our engagement with the community and particularly the schools in the district, we are planning a phase 2. We heard a lot of really great feedback about places to shorten pedestrian crossings with neck downs, add bike parking, and daylight intersections with bike corrals, and then also key opportunities to consider neighborhood loading zones. So this is phase 2 of the project that we're actively working on due to some construction in the area. We're looking to implement it in a second phase, so either late this fall or early spring of 2023. So overall, Gates Avenue here is, as a proposed plaza, part of our larger network of plazas across the city. 86 plazas somewhere in design, development, or construction, 66 of which are currently open to the public. Again, we really focus these types of spaces in neighborhoods that lack open space, along commercial corridors, within transit districts, and in Vision Zero priority areas, in addition to some other considerations. We're very grateful to have the Fab Fulton Business Improvement District as our partner for this project. They are, as I'm sure you know, amazing stewards of both Fowler Square to the west and G2 Wusi Plaza to the east. So they come to the table with a lot of experience and a lot of resources for maintaining as well as programming and communicating public space in the neighborhood. And Christina is here with us tonight. Their responsibility as our plaza maintenance partner will be to make sure that the plaza is kept in really great condition, and that includes everything from bagging trash to maintaining planters, making sure that plants are alive and well. It also includes things like shoveling a clear path in snow during the winter, as well as cleaning and locking up movable furniture at night. Another key role is to integrate this public space into the fabric of the community. Providing positive programming as well as engaging a whole set of local partners. Our plaza spaces are public space, and so they are open to anyone to permit and use by the larger community. Our plaza spaces also come along with an additional layer of regulation to really meet the needs and uses that we see in these types of spaces. So we have a kind of full link to our pedestrian plaza rules on our website, but here's an example of the sign posted in our plaza. These are items that are enforceable by NYPD. As many of you may know, the Gateway Triangle and the large planted area to the south, that is DOT parkland, and that will continue to be maintained by the Parks Department. So the part of the plaza that FAB will really be taking care of are the surrounding sidewalks as well as the plaza area itself. A quick look at our public engagement. We, if you recall, came to the board back in December of last year to share an update on the project. We held a series of stakeholder meetings subsequently. We have been talking to, obviously, the FAB board, our partners there, but some block associations and local resident organizations, as well as we hosted a community workshop in the actual space where we closed the street to vehicles for the day and opened it up to pedestrians with some light programming and sharing our designs for feedback. We also launched a public survey that was live for about 6 weeks, and I'll share those results shortly. And then we've also been, again, talking to a very wide range of folks, ranging from elected officials. Many thanks to the community board for helping us spread the word about our surveys and this project, as well as residences, churches in the neighborhood, schools, local businesses, and city agencies. So a quick look at our survey. This again was launched in April. We had flyers again in the space and along the Fulton and Gates Avenue corridors. The survey was available in both Spanish and English, and it was promoted again with help from you all, from our elected officials, and from the BID, as well as the school communities. We had 506 respondents to our survey. Overall, we found that the survey respondents were incredibly local. Over 90% of the residents lived nearby the Gates area, and they used the corridor really on a daily basis. When asked specifically about uses of the plazas, we heard that bringing a public space here, really folks wanted to see a passive space that had some amount of programming. Overwhelmingly, we heard a desire for more planting, more greening, as well as seating. We also heard about activities and folks really seeing that kind of daytime in on the weekends was a good time for activity. Again, we had some of the folks responded who attended school here, many of which, or I should say the majority of which walked through the district. Zooming out, we also asked some larger questions about Fulton Street generally. Again, we see people really using this corridor daily who responded to our survey. The majority of users walked. Folks are using the corridor for commuting, shopping in restaurants, a lot of commercial activity predominantly. And again, really heard from folks that they wanted protected pedestrian improvements along with better signal timing for vehicular traffic as well as bike corrals. So before I dive into the details of the design, I just want to spend a little bit of time giving you an overview about the traffic network impacts. This is something that we definitely heard from many members of the community board that they would better like to understand. So overall, the last little leg of Gates Avenue, which you can see here, it is a redundant piece of the network, and it is just filtering on to Fulton Street. And our proposal would, would look to, again, close that little leg to vehicular traffic, creating a comprehensive plaza, including and incorporating Gateway Triangle. And then we are also looking to convert the block of gates between Vanderbilt and Carlton to a one-way eastbound. One of the overwhelming points of feedback that we heard during our public engagement sessions is that Vanderbilt Avenue feels like a highway. It feels like a regional corridor that vehicles really cut through. It feels wide, very uncomfortable, just very vehicle heavy. And so part of this strategy is to look to reduce vehicular conflicts along the Vanderbilt corridor. And I'll talk about a few additional kind of design moves later on to help better balance vehicle access on Vanderbilt. But as we look to make these conversions, these are the three primary vehicular impacts by making these changes. So vehicles that are traveling westbound on Gates will no longer be able to do so. And so getting to points north and south on Vanderbilt is restricted. And then also vehicles using Gates fully as a pass-through to get to Fulton will also be restricted. So a quick look at what this means in terms of peak vehicle volumes. Again, we see a morning peak around 7:45 to 8:45 a.m. In all cases, these are the kind of AM peak hour movements, all under 100 vehicles. And here is looking at our PM peak, which is 5 to 6 p.m. Again, all vehicular movements under 100 with a pretty significant reduction in the northbound Vanderbilt access. So basically what that means is that all of these vehicles making these movements will be diverted. And so these are our kind of projected reroutes that you can see here. The thicker the line, the more we anticipate vehicles will be taking these routes. So we anticipate that for the vehicles traveling north, that there will be a lot of decisions to travel north on Clinton. And then for all the vehicles trying to get to Fulton Street, that Clinton will also be a corridor where a lot of these decisions are made, which then vehicles will break off traveling to points south and west. And then really similar type anticipated reroutes for the PM peak as well from the 5 to 6 p.m. hour. So with that, we will be looking very closely at signal timing, making sure that we're allowing and accommodating for these movements in the larger network. But I also like to talk about how we are approaching the design itself to both deal with with the plaza and a vibrant public realm, in addition to managing safety around this design proposal. So here you can see our detailed plan. We have our plaza that is that it's closed to the west. The plaza will be closed with again our typical interim treatments of granite blocks, planters. We will, we are want to be specifically sensitive to the fact that this plaza is adjacent to a residential building. And again, we heard in a lot of our feedback that people would really like to see this space kind of different in nature and character from G2 Lucy and Fowler, which are kind of much more right in the middle of the commercial corridor. Folks really see and appreciate this particular location as a passive space. So we are going to be adding planters, but we're also only going to be adding movable furniture. We're not going to be adding any fixed furniture, and we think this will really allow the Fab Alliance to work with the community on hours that can make sure this is an amenity to the community, but the tables and chairs can be locked up, and it is not a kind of big, overly programmed area that has a lot of activity in the evening hours. What you can see kind of at Vanderbilt is we have a couple of big moves here that we're really hoping will help calm traffic and make vehicles recognize that they're traveling through a neighborhood and not just a highway from point A to point B. So we're really looking to utilize the design to create neck downs, to shorten pedestrian crossings, really provide some traffic calming at this intersection. We're also looking to better align the roadway. For those of you who can think of it, and especially for cyclists, you know that as you're cycling on Vanderbilt, there is a kind of kink in the road and some channelization at the northeast corner of Gates. We are looking to streamline that and realign that. We think that will be a lot, it will be a safer condition for cyclists. That also allows us to give cyclists a little bit more room on Vanderbilt at the bus stop between Fulton and Gates. So overall, we think that'll really help with cyclist movements and kind of clarifying vehicular movements at this intersection, overall making it feel calmer. And then as we look to the east, the block of Gates between Vanderbilt and Clinton, this we're looking to create a shared street, one that is recommended 5 miles an hour. It will have, again, significantly shorter pedestrian crossings, and also start to carve out some additional public space amenities for bike parking, for more space for pedestrian circulation, for sitting and leaning. As I mentioned, because we will be seeing an increase in vehicles, again, we anticipate using Clinton Avenue. We want to make sure that we are also taking this opportunity to slow vehicles, shorten pedestrian crossings, making sure that the avenue feels comfortable. And again, it's a pedestrian priority set of intersections. So we're looking to, again, add neck downs, bike corrals at all intersections, both at Clinton and Gates, as well as Fulton and Clinton. Again, kind of key ways to be adding pedestrian safety as well as additional cycling infrastructure. This design, we have worked closely with our colleagues at FDNY for the block that is closed. Fire trucks will still have access to the site, and this is a similar access that we provide to plazas across the city. Here is a quick snapshot of the additional pedestrian space that's created as part of this proposal. Overall, this details the parking impacts. We have an overall impact of approximately 8 parking spaces for the Gates Plaza, and then some additional parking lots for the neck downs, both on the block of Gates to the east as well as on Clinton. We still retain some parking and loading on the shared street at Gates. So it really is kind of a nice balance between adding some additional pedestrian amenities while still allowing vehicular access, pickup and drop off, and parking space. So we are here today, the highlighted section here with the presentation tonight, as we continue to work particularly on our open street projects to the south of Vanderbilt. We will be finalizing the signal timing for this project. We are presenting our proposal for Vanderbilt and Underhill to CB8 later this month. And then we'd look to begin implementation for the Plaza this summer into the fall. And again, either fall and into spring, we would look to be implementing phase 2 of this project. And with that, I welcome any questions.
Okay, this is Sid Meyer. I've got, first of all, I'm going to call on Esther Blatt, my co-chair, then I'm going to call on board members after that. I do want to point something out. We did approve the Gates, the Gates Avenue Plaza. That was approved by both the committee and the board. The shared street is new. I don't believe that's come before the board before, all right? And I'm actually 99 and 4,400% sure that it hasn't come before the board before. So there are two things here. One is the Gates, already approved Gates Pedestrian Plaza, which we approved last year, and it went also before the whole community board, and the whole community board approved it as well. Now we're having a request for a shared street that did not come before the community board before. And frankly, it's the first time I'm hearing about it, okay? So though I view that as two separate things. I'm gonna, as I said, I'm gonna first call on Esther. Esther, why don't you unmute yourself? And we'll go from there.
Okay, first of all, I want to talk about the DOT surveys, which are not surveys at all. All the questions are in the positive. Any high school student will tell you that those surveys are so unfair. So any findings from those surveys are garbage. Second of all, the reason why this came about is because Renee Callamore, who's running for district leader, lied and said that the Vanderbilt Avenue Association wanted this. There is no Vanderbilt Avenue Association. She was running for district leader and appointed herself to a president to an organization that did not exist. It doesn't have board members. They don't have meetings. It does not exist. And then she got everybody involved saying, oh, this is a tragedy. It was horrific. A little baby died and a mother was severely injured. It was horrible. But one thing ain't got nothing to do with the other. The cops was chasing a criminal. You don't make a plaza with people sitting around in a residential area under people's window. This is a land grab. You giving this land to a private daycare center so they can run their little kids outside over there under people's windows that's working from home. This is not a commercial area. And now, on top of that, the project grew more. Not only are they going to make a plaza, they're going to do something else. No community input. And quite frankly, Sid, I don't even remember voting on Gates and Vanderbilt, period. Oh, this is horrible. Listen, seems like we're living in a world where only bicycles and bike people getting corridors, this plaza. Why do we need a plaza on Gates and Vanderbilt? There's no stores, there's no bars. Why do you want to sit there? There's a beautiful garden right there. We should name that garden after this baby. And that's it. I think that even the Parks Department's even opening up the garden maybe we could put benches in there.
Okay,
But you don't close off streets.
Esther, finish up, please.
I'm finished.
Okay, thank you. Ernie?
While Ernie's being unmuted, can I just, one quick point of clarification? The proposal that we're showing tonight, including the shared street, was the proposal that we shared at the community outreach session that we held.
I'm sorry, I'm unmuted, and I'm unmuted. You know, this is gratuitous. First of all, it's disingenuous. And I looked at your community outreach, and you mentioned Brown Memorial Baptist Church. Do you know Reverend Clinton Miller? Have you spoken to him? You have him listed as a source of your contact. Do I get an answer to that? You list Reverend Miller, Brown Memorial Baptist Church, as a community contact.
Ernie,
I know.
listen
I
to
am
me.
annoyed by that.
You can be annoyed. Listen to me. We don't yell at people. We don't make it like this is an inquisition.
I understand it's not an inquisition, but this is a.
If you're not courteous, I will shut you down. Take a second, take a breath, and do it courteously.
Sid, we being
All right.
attacked. This is horrible.
You can do it.
All right, but okay. I sent you a email this afternoon, laying out the context. I wanted to get from DOT, their representative, a copy of their traffic analysis, a summary. I wanted them to talk about impact. I wanted them to talk about mitigation. She provided neither one of these things, as if there is no impact. The impact upon Clinton Avenue, which is a quite quaint residential block. All the blocks in Clinton Hill are quite quaint residential blocks. They're going to be terribly impacted. You're going to have a bottleneck at Gates and Vanderbilt. A bottleneck. Vanderbilt Avenue serves as a thoroughfare. It comes from from the south side of Brooklyn, from Park Slope, goes straight down to the north end. Because I had a director whose father worked at the Brooklyn Navy Yard as a ship engineer, and that was the direct route. There has never been anything otherwise than that. It is not an issue. The closure of Gates Avenue. One of the things that we don't have in New York City, we don't put plazas in residential neighborhoods because they create a public nuisance, and as such, the police. You could call the police for all kind of quality of life issues, either smoking pot, talking loud, playing loud music, urinating, and their response is, nothing we can do. It is a public plaza. Period. There's no enforcement. And certainly there's no enforcement by DOT. But the main thing that there was no consultation, and you present something as if the community asked for this. You never identified who asked for this plaza, who asked for this redesign, who is it? It certainly isn't the community. I mean, if it was so, you could have said community board or communities in Brooklyn and Queens or in Clinton Hill, Fort Greene, or to the community board. Not even the community board know who requested that. We surmise who it is, but I would suggest that this is unacceptable. And I don't want to talk to a bureaucracy. We could invite your boss, Commissioner Yanis Rodriguez. Maybe he could address it. Or maybe Frank Carone, the mayor's chief of staff, or even the mayor himself.
Ernie, if you have questions, ask the questions.
No, I'm finished, Sid. I'm just a little livid about this crap.
Sid, can you let Reverend Tufon speak?
No,
please?
are you going to do it? He's on my list, but right now I'm calling the committee first. That's what I said I'm doing. Next person is Lucy.
Lucy's not on the committee.
She is on the committee.
Oh, Lu, I thought you were talking about Lucy. I don't know which Lucy you're talking about then.
Go ahead, Lucy.
Lucy Coteen is not on this committee.
Oh, I'm sorry. That was a mistake then. I apologize. The next person on the next committee member I have is Ellis. And then Reverend Anthony Trufant, I will call on you as soon as I finish with the board members. Go ahead, Alice. You have to be on mute.
No, got it. Thank you. First of all, I want to begin with seconding what Esther said about the survey. The survey never asked us residents who live here whether we thought it was a good idea, whether we have a vision for it, whether what we would like to see. We were not really asked. We were told, these are the amenities, pick some. And so I just want to start with that. And then secondly, as part of the planning process, there was consideration given to, among other people, seniors. And I'm speaking to you tonight as not only community board member, but as a senior citizen. And this plan and the diversion of the traffic that's going to be happening, where the traffic is going to go onto Clinton and loop around and come down Fulton, is something that I am extremely concerned about. I live right near there. And so I have frequent opportunity to cross by Vanderbilt and Fulton. And every time I do so, I take my little old senior life into my hands. And getting more cars there and more congestion there and more people with short tempers who on the horn, who are, and people flinging, flying in between cars and going different ways. It is a hazard now with more traffic that is being diverted. That hazard will become worse. Finally, this plaza, unlike other plazas that you have spoken about, is right up against a residential building that I personally don't live in because I would be more upset. Because my concern is who is going to enforce those small quality of life crimes that are forbidden, that people will, people like smoking, smoking cigarettes, smoking cannabis, drinking. I mean, people, that is, it may happen. It's going to happen right underneath people's windows. And for that reason, I wish there, we could take these kind of concerns of the people that actually really live here into account. Thank you.
Thanks. Can I think you raised some really good points that I just want to emphasize. So first about the traffic impacts and the reroutes. Again, two things. One, the overall traffic impacts and the number of vehicles that will be rerouted is in the 60 to 100 range an hour. So that is between 1 to 2 extra vehicles on the road. We do plan to help mitigate the additional vehicles through traffic and signal timing. So that is something we heard, and we will be looking again to mitigate the overall impact. We found overall at DOT that shortening crosswalks is a great benefit and safety element for seniors in neighborhoods. So that's another key piece of this plan. And lastly, your point about enforcement. Right now, there are benches that are on the wide sidewalk at gates. By designating this whole area a plaza, we now have an additional set of tools and rules to enforce behavior. It's not perfect. We all know there are challenges to enforcement and all of these types of human behaviors, but there's an additional set of tools that come along with the plaza designation that the folks who live in the building don't have currently. So again, added management and added maintenance services come along with the plaza. And lastly, we do have public spaces in residential areas. Bogardus Plaza is one of our kind of now fully built out plazas directly adjacent to a residential building. As over the past few days, we've just started implementation of our 34th Avenue project in Jackson Heights, which is building a whole bunch of plazas in a predominantly residential neighborhood with schools. So it is something that we design and build for all the people who don't have backyards but want to be able to have space to socialize and gather outside.
Okay, Thomas.
Hello. So thank you, DOT, for responding to the community concerns and introducing this pedestrian plaza proposal. I believe the outreach from DOT conducted makes it clear that the majority of the community supports it. Community was reacting to the tragic killing of baby Appline, and this project originates from a desire to honor her life. There are many schools and daycares in the area, and I can't think of a better way to honor her memory than to add a new public space for those classes to safely conduct outdoor activities. This particular street segment was notorious for wrong way driving. I think ending that nuisance is a reason alone to move the project forward. It's clear that not only will the project not harm car traffic, it'll actually make driver movements more coherent, and it'll make Gates Avenue and Vanderbilt safer for all road users and members of the community. The shared street will further calm traffic. I think it's an excellent idea. It's an important component of the proposal. I think the changes should be made together. The area is also transit rich. It's around the block from a subway station. So the reallocation of curbside parking to public space and pedestrian amenities is completely appropriate, in my opinion. So I just have two questions for the speaker. Can we have a commitment from DOT to use granite blocks and planters to protect the plaza from both the Fulton Street side and Vanderbilt Avenue side to make sure drivers don't encroach on that space? And can you speak to the kind of the angle of the chicanes you're introducing on the shared street? How much you expect that angle to slow down drivers, and whether you're going to narrow down the travel lane as much as possible by extending the kind of the sidewalk, maybe with like extra pedestrian space, so that they really are forced to take that street at 5 miles an hour. That's all. Thank you.
Great, thanks for those questions. So yes, number one, we will be including granite blocks and planters at both sides of the plaza, both at Vanderbilt and at Fulton. And then for the shared block at Gates, we are working around a driveway in the middle of the block. So we have kind of two options. Again, I think we've heard that it is a residential block. We don't want to completely eliminate parking. We want to be able to make sure that we're providing loading space, pick up and drop off, and retaining some parking. So I think what we may end up doing is a little bit of a what we call a hug and a pinch point versus a full chicane on that block.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay, Nicole.
Apologies, finding Nicole. There she is.
You got her.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I just wanted to ask again about the flex posts. I couldn't really tell from the image, but it seems like every time flex posts are installed, they just get plowed no matter where they are, and they seem to be sort of pointless. And yeah, they sort of serve as a visual cue to not drive in that area, but they always get run over, especially by trucks. So I would maybe like to see where the flex posts were going again, and if you could consider putting in at least a few permanent bollards in there, because if somebody does go out of control or a truck decides to go where they want to go, then they're just going to run over it. And then we're kind of back to where we started. This was a reckless driver who, I think even if it was flex post with this situation, this driver would have plowed over them. So with more protection that's stronger and physical, I would like to see.
Thank you.
Thanks. So we do, it's a combination of flex posts that are actually, that their reflectivity and the reason that they're there also help notify vehicles that there are fixed objects in the roadway. So all the edges will also have planters and granite blocks, thanks to the fact that Fab Alliance is our maintenance partner and they can take care of all of those elements. There's a more robust barrier.
Okay, Reverend Anthony. And while he's being unmuted, we're going to go through. There are a number of people who want to speak. You're going to be limited to 2 minutes. The only other board member who's going to be able to speak again is going to be Esther, because vice chair, she gets that privilege. But everybody else is going to get 2 minutes. Go ahead, Reverend Anthony.
Mr. Chair and the board and fellow neighbors, thank you for this opportunity to share. Let me be transparent. I am a resident of Clinton Hill, a 32-year resident. I am a 29-year homeowner in Clinton Hill. And then I'm a 32-year pastor of one of the largest institutions in the district and the largest Black institution in the district, representing 4,000 people. And I have no problems with people having their particular points of view. What I do have is a problem with people who will not indicate what their bias is. And DOT has a decided bias. This issue in front of us is a part of a larger design that we've known to be Vision Zero. And the reality is to deal with this small segment and not deal with the overall issue, I find to be problematic. The reality for me is I'm all in favor of the improvement of the area. I know that some of that is going to include bike lanes. At the same time, what I will say to you is that, one, I don't hear any talk about a compromise on issues anymore. What I hear primarily is that this is the way it's going to go. We've already had parking taken away because there's greater density in terms of buildings and a greater quantity of those buildings. So that takes away some of the parking for people who are already in the area. There's already competition for parking. Additionally, what also takes away a parking space is the fact that the city has allowed restaurants to erect these temporary outdoor venues. That takes away parking. If you add to that the kind of development that happens around here on the regular, where streets are blocked off, and then finally where the city comes in to do work, all of that impacts the traffic patterns in the area. And as someone who does not look at this from the 5,000 feet, but rather on the ground, I have seen when, for example, Lafayette was made a one-way street bike lane. It's right in front of my church. I watch traffic back up every morning, and there are cyclists. DOT is claiming that it can be coordinated. The reality is, all it takes is one accident. Traffic patterns are thrown off in the morning during certain hours.
Reverend, please finish up. I've given you much more than 2 minutes. Please finish up.
Okay, well, let me just say this. I have found that there is a lack of transparency about the process. I found that there is a lack of communication. I spoke with the councilwoman who did not know some of the specifics of this, and I find that to be problematic. There, from where I sit, is a lack of inclusivity. I've heard people talk about extensively, but nobody contacted me, and I just got a message from Reverend Miller. No one contacted him. So some of this conversation, I don't really understand. And I think that we can adopt an approach that will work for all parties included.
Thank you, Reverend. Thank you, Reverend.
Thank you for the time.
Lucy, I'm going to call on you now. But you're limited to 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Well, this is extremely frustrating because the DOT gets tons of time and we get 2 minutes. But I just want to agree with what Esther said, what Ella said, what Ernie said. that was not a survey. That was a biased piece of propaganda that was put out, and DOT should learn how to do an impartial survey that actually addresses community needs and issues. What I have asked DOT repeatedly is to ask them, why do you want more congestion, more noise pollution, and more air pollution? Because that's what you get with street closings. Why do you want to take away parking? Because you get more congestion, more noise pollution, and more air pollution. You brush it off. 8 places, 8 spots here, 4 there, 6 there. Hey, it's nothing, you know? That is so disrespectful to the people who live here, who pay the taxes on their homes, the church members who come, because the church members who come to Reverend Trufant, Reverend Miller's churches on Sundays and other events.
1 minute, Sandy.
Many
1
of
minute,
them
Lucy.
come in cars and need to park. And you can't just brush this off. And my other question is, why are you exploiting the death of a child to close the street? There was no connection between Gates Avenue and the child's death. It was because of a police chase. No one has anyone investigated why the police were chasing this person up the street? There's no connection. Gates is not an unsafe street. And one other thing, these neck downs are useless. You don't need them. It's such a massive waste of money that should be used to fix our streets, fix our sidewalks, and not put up these phony things. Neck downs do nothing. So I want an answer though. Why do you want more congestion, more noise pollution, and more air pollution? Because I really want an answer to that. That's the only thing you get out of these closed streets. Could you please answer, Emily?
And now we're going on to the next person.
No,
Sandy,
we need answers, Sid. Don't.
excuse me. Sandy. It's 2 minutes to make a comment. Please, go ahead.
Sid, which Sandy, please?
The first Sandy, I don't know, it's the first one I've got. Well, do either one, whichever one. Well, I don't think.
I'm
those are.
presumably unmuted, yes?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, well, I'm I'll call it a 30-year resident victim. Part of that time as a resident adjacent to Fowler Plaza basically belies everything that Emily has said about how much fun the events are on Fowler Plaza, the same kind of events that might conceivably occur underneath the Gates Avenue residents' homes with uncontrolled amplified noise events. There is no limit to decibels. And when you call the NYPD, they are basically chasing down crime, not noise. You put in 311 complaints. Nobody is obviously going to come to mitigate that. It's quality of life issues. And the deception that Emily has put forward, and of course, let me just say at this time, since we've been suppressed from talking about Willoughby Avenue shutdown, the question is, where is Gorman? Where is Kyle Gorman? Where are we going to have an opportunity to exchange what the real residents of Willoughby Avenue have to say for it, and the disabled who are impeded from getting door-to-door access, or for that matter, app-driven car service, or for that matter, people who park there that cannot get to their cars if they're wheelchair bound or if they've had heart attacks and they can't lift barricades. When are we going to have the opportunity, Sid, to address this specific
during my
Avenue?
during my chair report.
No, we need to speak
during my chair report
to Kyle Gorman. He is the head.
You've got 5 more seconds,
and he is evading the community actual exchange of information.
Okay, next person, please. Grace.
Yes. Yeah.
You're unmuted. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. So I am I represent the Fort Greene Partnerships Home Condominium Association. We represent 13 buildings with 98 unit owners between Gates and Carlton. And I won't repeat all the concerns that they have had with the Gates Avenue Plaza, because it's really disappointing to hear that this was approved by the board last year. And then, you were soliciting comment. And I want to note that our condominium residents, the ones on Gates Avenue in particular, were the last to be solicited for comment, and they're the ones being directly impacted. So I won't belabor that point, but number one, the traffic study, other than, of course, the tragic death of the infant, I want to ask, what are the statistics of fatalities and accidents in that area that merit the closing of Gates Avenue, and that merit having to do, set up the plaza there? And number two, I just wanted to note that we already have 4 plazas and green spaces within a 1 mile radius of our neighborhood. We have 2 on St. Aliens and Fort Greene. We have Kyla Gore Park on Fulton and Carlton, and we have a 4th on Putnam Avenue and Fulton Street. So if the idea is that you want to create more green space, we already have plenty of green space. So really, if it's coming down to traffic and safety, I'm okay with, creating traffic safety, measures along Gates Avenue. However, what is the benefit of the Gates Avenue Plaza? You're directly impacting people whose bedrooms are 6 to 7 feet away. And I just don't find that, based on the information we provided, that there is any real rational basis. It just sounds very arbitrary and capricious to me. So thank you for your time.
Sean.
Hello. I live in Clinton Hill and I use the route frequently, both walking and biking, to get to work near BAM because I don't own a car and it's cheaper and faster than the bus or train for where I need to get to. I would really welcome these plans for the plaza because my walking route goes along Fulton Street and crosses the outlet street from Gates. And my concern for a while has been particularly about that outlet. Coming from both directions, it often feels like there's a game of chicken with cars exiting from Gates to Fulton about whether they'll see me, or if they do, whether they'll actually stop at the stop sign to let me cross or try to beat me and roll through trying to get to Fulton. I think it would be just be safer to close that off before anyone else gets hurt. And the traffic diversion measures seem to make sense to me. Also, while they've spruced up the garden there, it also still feels like you can't really enjoy or utilize it fully like other plazas that have like jazz concerts and stuff, because it's hemmed in on all sides by car infrastructure. So I just want to say that for me, it would be a really welcome respite along my route to work.
Hey, thank you. Daryl Rock.
Okay, can you hear me? Am I on?
You're on.
Okay,
2 minutes.
Okay, let me get started. I've lived there for 40 years, and I'm one of the people that live right next to where this plaza would be. And I can't begin to tell you how disturbing this whole process has been. There's 32 families there. We all came. We were one of the first condominiums in Fort Greene, and we all came, and it seems like we are not being heard. This is going to be a major inconvenience to us. There'll be noise right outside of our windows. And I asked the members of this committee, think of if you live there. These are 32 families that are going to have people making noise, garbage. There'll be people hanging out. Some people will be enjoying and having a nice time, but we know what happens. I took a picture of J2 Wayusi's Plaza last week, and I would somehow like to share it to show you what the garbage that's there. Would you want this right in front of your building? Like if you could actually reach outside their window and you would be in the plaza. And we had no part in this planning process. I've lived there 40 years, worked in that area as a high school principal. Nobody told me anything.
1 minute.
Or all the other members, that those 32 families that are there. And I asked the members of this committee, think what you would feel if you lived there, especially if you were not part of the planning process. And going back to the survey, I was a high school math teacher. Please, committee, look at that survey. Don't look at the results of the survey. Look at that survey and please come back and tell us, do you think this was a fair process? And I implore you, don't do this. Do not do this. This is not right. It should not happen. And it's a totally unfair process. Thank you.
Thank you, Daryl. Kevin McGee. Good, Kevin. You're not unmuted yet. There you are.
Hey, thank you. So thanks to everybody for your time. Thank you to DOT for the presentation. It's a little bit of a head scratcher to me when people say that there hasn't been community input on this. This has to be the 5th or 6th meeting that I've attended about this. I'm very much in support of it, as I always have been. I'm glad to know that the committee had supported previous iterations of this. And I'm pleased to see the updates, the new vision from the DOT, building on the original proposal. I think all of these improvements would be tremendously helpful to improve safety in this area. I'm glad to see that they've addressed some of the concerns that had been raised previously about the traffic patterns, about fire department emergency vehicle access. It looks like from their traffic studies and from their consultation with FDNY that those things are not going to be that much of an issue. I'm pleased to see that. And I just think this would be a valuable asset to our community. Would go a long way towards making this space more equitable for the community and not overly deferential to the relatively small segment of the population here that owns cars. Thank you.
Stephanie Rouse. And I know a couple of people added recently, after we finish with Lorena, the other people are only going to have 1 minute, or else you're not going to get anything. So Stephanie Rouse. Stephanie. Going once. Going twice. Gloria Howard. See if you can unmute Gloria. There you go, Gloria. Wait a minute, Stephanie.
I'm here.
Stephanie, go quickly.
Yes. I want to say two things. I feel it's very ironic that you actually dedicating space for a child without considering the people who have children living in the building, have babies, people who are senior citizens living in the building that will need to be able to use their bedrooms as a rest place while they have things going on outside to come on to actually as a memorial for a child. The other thing that I want to say is that there is 2 blocks away a methadone-rich clinic whereby once the methadone patients receive their methadone, they walk around Fulton Street and they actually find place to sit down and share with their friends who they see once or twice a week, and they're able to sit there and talk all day. I think this is going to be something that will be regretted. And I feel that on that basis alone, this needs to be considered as a place that could be used, but not in the way where it's affecting humanity and people's way of life. It's definitely going to affect the way of life for the people living in the neighborhood, and not just the people living at 7 Gate or at Gates Avenue, but also for everybody in the community, because the people who come to the methadone clinic, they don't live in this neighborhood. They come, they get the medication, and they walk around Fulton Street because they're not allowed to stand on Waverly Place, which is 2 blocks away, to use their methadone. So,
thank you, Stephanie.
Incredible.
Gloria Howard.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Yeah, I just want to reiterate some of the points that Mr. Rock, Ms. Rouse, Ms. Ryan, and some of the other residents of this building have made. I also live in the building that would be directly adjacent to the plaza. And like many others, I'm shocked that this was approved by the community board sometime last year without any input whatsoever from the homeowners most affected by it. Like Ms. Rouse, I'm concerned about the people that would be attracted to this area. Unlike other pedestrian plazas, there are no businesses adjacent to this plaza. It just abuts the building, and then there's the green space across the street. It's going to become a hangout for day laborers with all the construction that's going on. This disregards
15 more seconds, please.
Thank you. It disregards the quality of life. People work from home. People take care of families from home during the day. This will it tramples on our rights. It tramples on our property values. Many of us are people of color, the condo owners, and it just, to me, it just smacks of Robert Moses. I'm done.
Thank you. Alicia, we have two of them. Alicia, 11205. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, great. I'll keep it quick.
I'm shortening you to 90 seconds. Please make it quick.
Okay. I just want to point out that there are multiple daycares nearby that plaza. And we have spoken with them, a lot of people from Discovery Pit Stop, and they use that area for recess. So having a street go through it is just terribly unsafe for these children. And it seems to me that the concerns around people drinking and smoking in the park seem to be rooted in this assumption that, you know, that small street is somehow preventing like a danger thrill-seeking adults from doing that now. I don't see how that could be the case. I think what these changes will do is actually make this a safe place for families and for kids. That's the difference that this change will make. And as was mentioned earlier, this is just like the 6th or 7th time we're talking about this. As evidenced by the agenda, there is a lot to be done in this community, and I'm hoping we can eventually move on to focusing on those other things and spending more, more of our time on those as well.
Thank you. Alyssa from 11238. Same thing, when you get unmuted, I'm limiting you to 90 seconds.
Hi, thanks. I'll be quick. I'm a Gates Avenue resident. I'm a parent of young kids. I'm a car owner who does not care about protecting parking spaces. I just want to echo what my neighbors have said about concerns about the process. And I do appreciate how DOT has recognized the sort of privacy and safety and cleanliness concerns, and the presentation has been modified a little, but I'm really concerned about slippage. I've heard just programming. Somebody mentioned jazz concerts. I just want to echo what everyone said. This building is retirees, it's people with young kids. And I think when you start inviting people to a space and you start promising programming, it's a slippery slope. And so I just don't want that to be forgotten, that this is a residential building. And I know there's been several meetings about this, and it may be hard for people to believe, but there are unit owners and renters in this building who did not find out about this until our condo board association set up some time with the DOT. And that is the reality. And I will just note, Discovery Pit Stop was roped into this very, very early on, and we were brought in very, very late. And while I've known about this a long time, a lot of my neighbors haven't. I would support a green space, but it's the programming, it's the seating. I share the concerns about the methadone clinic. It's a real concern. And I'll stop now, but thanks very much for your time.
Thank you, John Dew. And John, you can have a full 2 minutes.
Am I unmuted now?
You're unmuted.
Yes. DOT, Sid, I'm directing my comments at DOT. This whole presentation is sad that a city agency will implement measures that divide a community. It is very clear that DOT chose who they wanted to deal with in the community that would promote what they want to have done. I frankly don't believe the statistics that they put forward on the cars and 2 cars a minute, whatever it is. That's unfair. Just go and look at it. Those statistics are wrong. They did not interview the appropriate people. Unfortunately, this also looks like a division of race. And we need to stand up and acknowledge it and stop it. DOT is not supposed to implement measures that divide communities. This one is another one. They should stop using open streets when they're actually closing the streets. They should stop using affordable housing when it's not affordable in the communities to which it's being built. This is part of the overall process, Sid, that the community board has to speak out about more. And frankly, the community board approved nothing about Gates Plaza. That's absolutely untrue. That has never come before the community board. So, you know, we can't let DOT just present what they want to get the outcome that they have predetermined. This has to come to an end. That's enough for tonight, Sid.
Thank you. Kevin Siegel.
Hi, I live at 476 Clinton Avenue on the corner of Gates and Clinton. Many of my neighbors heard and then witnessed the aftermath of baby Applene's death. And then as a community, we talked a lot in the aftermath about how dangerous the intersection was and how much we wanted there to be pedestrian improvements. And with the neighbors that I've spoken to, all of us have been excited to see the plan and excited to see that there's going to be more pedestrian space right in front of our homes and on the block right next to it. And I think from traversing the area, you can already see the demand for more public space. There are already people who have makeshift public space there, sitting on the little fences on Gates Triangle. So I think it's an important project for safety. And I can speak for many of my neighbors who unfortunately I wasn't able to mobilize for tonight, but who I know are really looking forward to having a safer block and a block that is a better place for us to be as pedestrians. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Peter, was that Peter who just spoke, or Peter Vidini?
Thank you. DOT, thank you for this proposal. I'm in full support. I'm a Clinton Hill resident on Willoughby Avenue. My concern is that it took such an awful tragedy for us to get here. While I appreciate any addition of public space and a reduction of cars, I'm worried it's going to take an increasing number of tragedies such as this in order to, quote, earn it. My question is, what's next? What is the next stretch of road to be given back to the public before another person is injured or killed? It's frustrating to hear that the primary concern of those opposed is that it will move traffic near their homes. An embarrassing admission to disliking cars where they live while holding opposition to the closure of open streets like Willoughby Avenue at the same time. I'd like to see more open streets turned into parks like this and before people are killed and injured by cars. Thank you.
Kathy Park Price.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi, am I unmuted? Okay, hi, everyone. Thank you. I just want to echo CB2 committee member Thomas Huzige's comments in full support of the plaza and his recognition of Applene's tragic death and her family. I also want to thank DOT Commissioner Adonis Rodriguez for committing to implementing Applene's Garden, aka Gates Avenue Pedestrian Plaza, back in February in response to the community-led campaign. The DOT made a promise to the community in response to the community back then, and in less than 4 months since that public commitment was made, we're seeing the results of robust surveying and in-person community engagement. The project clearly has overwhelming support, not only in the community, but beyond.
1 minute.
Since everyone who uses our public streets are also stakeholders. So I just want to shout out the DOT for expediting this initiative that makes the streets safer for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Vivian.
Hi, I live in 7 Gates facing the Gateway Park, and I do not support this plan. I think it's ill-considered and I find the whole process dubious. However, I do have in the spirit of conciliation and compromise, a thought that across New York, there are ways that we honor people, and it's usually a plaque on a wall or a statue. So perhaps that would be a way to recall and remember and provide, a relief for the people who want that for Appalene, and then not disturb the people who actually live here. Thanks.
Thank you. Rosalind.
Mute.
Yeah, no,
Can you hear me? Tell me when you can
you're
hear me.
unmuted. We can hear you.
Okay. With all of this talk of safety and pedestrian safety and motorist safety, we have not seen or heard a presentation from DOT since the death of baby Apolline regarding what they're doing to actually implement effective enforcement of driving violations by reckless drivers. That is the first step to creating a safer environment for both drivers and pedestrian. And we've heard nothing about that because that is not their focus at all. Also, I didn't see the, and maybe I just missed it, the emergency crossing on the plaza. And by the way, there's none on Fowler Square either, where they say there's always a traffic allowance for a fire truck or an emergency vehicle. It's not there. I didn't see it on this plan. And in some communities with a little more clout than ours, they have natural neck downs by allowing parking at the curbs because it is a protection and it does allow parking. I mean, I know parking is a dirty word, but it is actually a need. But at any rate, I'd like to see the presentation from DOT about what they're doing for enforcing traffic violations.
Thank you, James.
Maybe our next meeting.
James Ballantyne. James Ballantyne. There you go, James.
Hi, can you hear me?
You got 90 seconds.
Hi, I just wanted to say that I support this project and I support more plazas and traffic calming measures. To address traffic concerns, I just want to say traffic generally maintains an equilibrium because people adjust their habits, and changes like this usually result in a temporary increase in traffic until people change their strategies using alternate forms of transportation or going at different times. This has been shown in many studies. And I want to say that slip lanes like this have been shown in many studies to be dangerous. And I think that pedestrian safety needs to be prioritized more over a few vehicles on the road. And I think traffic will be about the same regardless of whether the plaza is there. The only difference is that there's a few less vehicles on the road, perhaps. To address concerns about noise, I've lived near plazas in NYC, and the worst noise is always from cars, not from people enjoying a plaza. I just want to thank the DOT for taking this step, and I hope we can do more measures like this in the future.
Okay, the last person is iPhone.
Okay, my name is Corinne Bonds. I'm at 5 Gates Avenue, and I've expressed this, my concern for this project. It should not go through. I have asthma, and if they set tables out there, now we have benches out there, marijuana is coming in my window. People are out there loud. I have to call the cops every weekend. Noise, people on the bench fighting under my window. So no, this project needs to be done away with, because we have too many parks in the neighborhood. We have other spaces that's available that's not under people's windows. And we need to have that respect.
Thank you.
No one ever asked me anything about the project.
Okay, thank you.
So that's my concern. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Esther, you're going to be last, and I'm going to ask DOT if they want to comment, sum up and comment.
I just want to say, if you want to know where your tax dollars are going, is going to this plaza. This street was already revamped under Vision Zero. It used to be a two-way block. They turned it into a one-way as part of Vision Zero. Now they're going to use your tax dollars again to make it into a plaza. But we heard tonight how we need elevators, or something has to be done at York Street. Somebody's going to get killed there, you know, but nobody's concerned about that, it seems. We got so many other projects that's needed, but we're going to spend money again on a block that was already revamped.
Thank you, Esther.
And that, just one more thing. Like, again, I said, the Vanderbilt Avenue Association is a sham. Brown Memorial Church by Mr. Miller is on Gates Avenue. Nobody spoke to him. You heard Reverend Tufon said nobody spoke to him. This whole thing and the people that live in the condominium, nobody spoke to them. But you can have people that don't live directly under there telling you what to do.
Exactly.
I'm finished.
And I'm a
Thank you, Esther.
homeowner.
Thank you, Esther. All right, the DOT, do you want to do a summation and a short response?
Sure. I'll just say thank you so much to everyone for all of your feedback and comments. We tried really hard to have a diverse set of community outreach, both in person. The survey was just one component. We worked with FAB to also canvass businesses. We did work really hard to get in touch with the different condominium groups, and we did respond to specific concerns, to one even with a letter. And so we did try to reach folks where they are to talk to them about this. And I think we're hearing a lot of good feedback, which will be very helpful as we think about these spaces moving forward. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. The next thing on the agenda is DOT Ashland bike lane enhancements.
I believe Nick Carey is going to be giving that one.
Testing 1, 2. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you, Nick.
Hear you, Nick.
All right, I'm going to try to share screen. How's it look? Can you see it?
Yes.
Great. Hello, everybody. My name is Nick Carey. I'm the lead engineer at the bicycle unit at City DOT. Before I move this out of the way, before I get into the details, I just want to say that we're bringing this project to you guys first. And I'm sure many people will want to raise their hands and ask, have you talked to BAM? Have you talked to the Navy Yard and Brooklyn Hospital Center and Ingersoll houses? And the answer is no. There are many stakeholders along the corridor we need to talk to, but we like to talk to Community Board 2 first, so that we could socialize the project in a public setting. So this is us kickstarting the outreach. All right, that said, let's start. A little background. So in 2019, we released a plan called Green Wave, and in it, we outlined our strategy to improve biking in New York. And one of the main components of the plan is expanding the citywide network of bike lanes, which is nothing new in and of itself. But what's different is that now we're thinking about more comprehensively about the city's protected bike lanes so that they form an interconnected protected bike lane network. And the hope is that all of the city's neighborhoods are tied into this protected bike lane network so that even if there isn't a protected bike lane right in front of your home, there's one nearby that you can access and get across the city. So we're trying to envision how you could get across the city on a bike, riding only or mostly in protected bike lanes. And that's a big part of why we're here. So this is why we're here. There's a short gap in a protected bike lane network here on Ashland Place and Navy Street. You've got the Manhattan Bridge and the Sand Street protected bike lane connecting to it. You've got Flushing Avenue and the Brooklyn Waterfront Greenway. And there's the 4th Avenue protected bike lane going from Flatbush and Atlantic all the way down to the edge of Bay Ridge. Also, 4th Avenue connects to the 9th Street protected bike lanes that'll take you to Prospect Park and Ocean Parkway and Eastern Parkway. So we're here to propose protected bike lanes on Ashland Place and Navy Street to tie all these protected bike lanes together. And it would certainly be useful for local trips within the neighborhood, and comes with substantial safety benefits for all road users, especially pedestrians, which I'll get into in the next slide. But the more you zoom out, the more useful the link is. You know, it doesn't just connect 4th Avenue to the waterfront, it connects Brighton Beach to Midtown and Forest Hills in the South Bronx. So that's why we're here. Let's talk just briefly about the safety benefits of protected bike lanes. It's easy to assume that the main beneficiary of protected bike lanes is people riding bikes. But in fact, they improve safety for all road users, especially pedestrians, And we've been installing these for 15 years, and the results are very compelling. Pedestrian injuries dropped 21% on average. It's one of the most effective tools we have for improving pedestrian safety. And that's because of all the changes that come with protected bike lanes, like shorter crosswalks, reduced opportunities for speeding, signal timing changes, etc. And I also want to point out that DOT recently released a report titled Pedestrian Safety and Older New Yorkers. And I'll post a link in the chat after the presentation, but the study found that on streets where protected bike lanes are installed, senior pedestrian KSI, that's senior pedestrians getting killed or seriously injured, dropped 39% on average. So it's a pretty compelling pedestrian safety benefit for everybody. One last slide before we get into the proposal. As you all know, Fulton Street is a major corridor for buses and retail, and Hanson Place, this little street we've got with the yellow arrow. It's a small, low traffic street that connects to Atlantic Terminal. So there's lots of pedestrian traffic between these two destinations. All right, just something to keep in mind. So I'm going to go through the proposal block by block in detail, but I want to first talk about the overall concept, which is to install a two-way protected bike lane on the east side of Ashland Place and Navy Street from Hanson Place to Flushing Avenue. Again, that's a two-way protected bike lane along the east curb. And to make this work, we would convert Ashland Place to one-way northbound between Hanson Place and DeKalb Avenue. Ashland Place narrows considerably south of DeKalb. So in order to make the protected bike lane work, we would need to convert two-way Ashland Place to one-way northbound, and that's south of DeKalb. And finally, we also want to convert the last block of Hanson Place between St. Felix Street and Ashland Place to one-way westbound, and to rethink it as a shared street that prioritizes pedestrians and improves connections between Atlantic Terminal and Fulton Street. All right, I'll get into the details now. So start with existing conditions. This is the top of the project. We're talking about Navy Street, Ashland Avenue from Flushing to DeKalb. Now the Park to Myrtle block between the Ingersoll houses is a little different. We'll talk about that next. But generally between Flushing and DeKalb, we're looking at a two-way street, one lane per direction, parking on both curbs, and conventional bike lanes. It's a wide street, so that means long crossing distances for people walking, and it means it's an easy place for drivers to speed. The bike lanes are not protected. They're conventional bike lanes between the parking lane and the travel lane, and they're often double parked in. Also to note, we have a lot of loading activity at Brooklyn Hospital Center between DeKalb and Willoughby. That's what the picture here is of. All right, so here's our proposal for the Flushing to Park and Myrtle to DeKalb sections. The existing design is on top and the proposal is on the bottom. So the general idea is to take the two conventional bike lanes that use the space that use that space to make a two-way protected bike lane along the east curb of the street. And this also allows us to install painted pedestrian island in the floating parking lane, which would cut the pedestrian crossing distance by more than 40%. Now this is a simplified graphic because we'll also be adding left turn bays at Willoughby, Myrtle, Park, and Flushing. But this is the general idea for how these sections would look. A few other details to mention about these sections. We need to move a bus stop around the corner. Today, the B62 turns from Park Avenue onto northbound Navy Street and stops there. We want to move the bus stop onto Park Avenue before the turn so that when buses are loading, they wouldn't be conflicting with the bike path on Navy Street. Also, we would ban the northbound left turn onto Myrtle Avenue. And we need to ban it for a few reasons. The main one is that there are existing concrete curb extensions on the southwest and southeast corners at Ashland Myrtle. And we don't have enough room for the turn bay we would need to make it work, but it's a very low volume turn, less than 70 vehicles an hour in the heaviest hours. And those drivers could instead turn onto Willoughby Street and use Fleet Place to access Myrtle Avenue. And we would also add a protected turn phase onto Willoughby Street to handle that small additional traffic. Okay, let's talk about the Park to Myrtle block. Navy between Park and Myrtle is pretty unusual in that it doesn't have sidewalks. That's the main difference from the adjacent block. So some people walk in the bike lane. The other problems are still there. The bike lanes aren't physically separated from traffic, and the wide road is conducive to speeding. All right, the proposal, similar to the previous section we discussed, we want to install a two-way protected bike lane along the east curb. Since there aren't any parked cars on this block, we would use a barrier to separate bikes from moving traffic. And we're tentatively planning on concrete jersey barriers for this stretch, but the road does curve, so we may end up using a combination of concrete barriers and other barrier types at certain spots. We also want to add space for people to walk, because remember, there aren't any sidewalks in this block. So in this cross section, we're only showing a walking path on the west curb, but note that we are in discussions with NYCHA to see if we can utilize some of their existing sidewalks within their properties. And those sidewalks don't go all the way from Park to Myrtle, maybe only a few hundred feet from the intersections. But if we can work out a way to use these sidewalk segments, we could install painted pedestrian spaces on both sides of the street. So it's too soon to commit to a design, but just note that we're working with stakeholders to improve this more. One last note about this section is that there would be a very long southbound left turn bay approaching Myrtle, and northbound we'd fan out to 2 travel lanes approaching Park Avenue. Some of that you already saw in the 2 presentations ago. All right, so let's go south of DeKalb. The first block on Ashland Place between DeKalb and Fulton is extremely narrow. It's so narrow that there's only parking on one side of the street. And south of DeKalb, there aren't even conventional bike lanes. It's just shared lane markings, which means that people on bikes share the road with people driving. So as part of our proposal, we would convert Ashland Place to one-way northbound and install a 2-way barrier protected path along the east curb. Now we can talk in more detail about the traffic study a little later. My colleague Malia Yoon is here to help answer questions. She managed traffic engineering for this project. But for now, I'll just say briefly that Rockwell Place is 1 block to the west. St. Felix Street is 1 block to the east. Both are one-way southbound. So a northbound Ashland Avenue would work within the general one-way orientation of the local street network. And people who currently drive down Ashland Place south of DeKalb could instead take DeKalb to Rockwell Place. People who turn onto Ashland from DeKalb could turn a block earlier at St. Felix. Anyways, we can talk about that more later. Let's move on. So the last 2 blocks of Ashland Place between Fulton Street and Hanson Place, it's a little wider than the previous block, but again, bikes have to mix with cars. There's lots of loading demand for the Apple Store and Whole Foods and BAM. But despite that, it's still frequently used by people biking because it connects to Atlantic Terminal and it connects to the 4th Avenue protected bike lane across Flatbush. So here's our proposal for these last 2 blocks of Ashland Place between Hanson and Fulton. 2-way protected bike lane along the east curb, street converted to one-way northbound, pedestrian islands shortening the crossing distance. We're also investigating adding metered parking on the Lafayette to Fulton block to help address some of the loading demand there. And finally, let's talk briefly about this last block of Hanson Place between St. Felix and Ashland Place. Again, this is in front of Atlantic Terminal. There's an adjacent city bike station that has extremely high ridership. There's a lot of pedestrian traffic between Atlantic Terminal and other destinations nearby. So the proposal, and bear with me, this is a little rough. First, we want to convert this last block to one-way westbound. And this is in part because it makes sense given the proposed one-way northbound conversion of Ashland. You know, if Ashland is one-way northbound, there won't be anybody driving southbound who would want to turn on to eastbound Hanson Place. So the neighborhood street network is part of it, But we also want to rethink how this street works and try to prioritize pedestrian more. And we don't have a detailed design to share yet, but the general idea is to use traffic calming measures to slow vehicle speeds significantly, add more space for people walking, and remove some of the parking spaces, specifically the metered spaces on the north side. And again, we don't have a fully cooked design for this block, so we're speaking in generalities, but with a one-way conversion, there would be extra room to play with on this block, and we want to use it to improve the pedestrian experience in front of Atlantic Terminal. So, summary, thank you for paying attention. Very late meeting. I appreciate it. To recap, we want to install a two-way protected bike lane along the east curb of Navy Street and Ashland Place, from Hanson Place to Flushing Avenue. We want to convert Ashland Place to one-way northbound between DeKalb and Hanson Place. And we want to convert Hanson Place to one-way westbound between St. Felix and Ashland, and to create a shared street that's more focused on pedestrians. Oh, and one last thing, we haven't really talked about parking lots. It's relatively minor for such a long project, about 18 spots over almost a mile. I think it's an average of 2.5 spots per block. And with that, I'll kick it back to the board to open it up for questions.
Okay, let me raise a couple points. First of all, on the Hanson Place, you know that area is parked by state parkers. Those streets are used by people with permits, and removing those parking spaces from that block will just push it into the neighborhood.
I'll just say briefly, oh yeah, that's a good point. And I didn't mention that. Thank you for bringing that up. We wouldn't be touching any of the, what do we call that? We have a
official. You're not going to park the official ones, but there are a lot of unofficial ones. I'm telling you, on that street, they park. I mean, and you know, in one of these years, we're going to, DOT and police will do something about that, but they're not doing anything about it now, and it's a real problem. The last point I'm going to make, and then I'm going to let other people do it. North on Navy Street, I propose that you moved the make it a protected two-lane bike lane instead of having 2 lanes, a double lane and a single lane. Okay, and that the Keith will tell you about that. All right, that on Navy Street by the bridge, we asked you, and I hope he's smiling, that I asked you to do the double lane on the east side, do the protected bike lane on the east side, all right? Leave the parking lane and remove the southbound parking lane on the other side of the street. On that street, and the reason was, but it doesn't connect to the grid. If you're going to make it connect to the grid, you have a double lane, you have a 2-lane protected bike lane there now. I would ask you to make it protected by moving it behind them, put the parking back in and remove the southbound parking lane. That's all. Keith knows about this one really well. He says yes. And if you're going to do this and have a double lane going down that connects, it's time to return that parking. And that would return 8 spaces, and returning 8 spaces to the community is not a bad compromise. Now I'm going to turn it over to other people. Nicole next.
I have a question about the segment from Navy Street from DeKalb to Flushing, with the area that doesn't have any sidewalks now. And you said, I know that there wasn't a design yet, and the design just had walking space. If you don't get sidewalk space from NYCHA, I mean, is it a capital project to build out like a true sidewalk, or like what do we mean by walking space? What kind of surface treatment are you talking about here?
Yeah, so thank you for pointing that out. There's a big difference in 2 types of projects we do. There's an in-house operational project, and there's a capital project. And the big difference is an in-house project, we use paint, so we sort of use our in-house resources. We can pour some concrete, but we can't mess with drainage. It's a pretty limited palette, but the benefit is that we can do it pretty quickly and pretty cheaply. A capital project is like a full street reconstruction. The budget's very high, the timeline's very long. There's more things you can do, and they look better, but it takes a lot longer. So what we're talking about here is an operational project, so that you guys can still see this slide. Am I still sharing? Oh, I'm not sharing anymore.
Go
May
ahead
I?
and share again. Yes.
So this space here that we're showing on the west curb would be a painted pedestrian space. Now we would use some kind of barrier, probably a concrete barrier, to separate it from traffic. But yeah, we're not talking about a raised sidewalk as part of this project implementation. It could be upgraded as part of a capital project. And so, and also to speak to your question about the use of the NYCHA sidewalks, assuming that we can't remove those fences and work out, that agreement, the design would look much more like what you see here in the cross section, with a pedestrian space on the west curb and bike lanes on the east curb.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, that area is very scary to go down, whether you're walking or biking. And I feel like just adding paint and a few buffers, not only is that nasty, but it also, I think, does a disservice to that area, which has this, it's a NYCHA property. I think it deserves better treatment than just paint.
Thank you, Nicole. Now, the other people, you have 2 minutes. You're limited to comment to 2 minutes. Dan Weiss is next.
Hi, I just want to say that this plan seems wonderful to me. I am in 11201. I bike this stretch several times a week, and it's the first meeting I've come to. I feel very unsafe generally biking on this stretch, and this seems like a huge improvement. I do have a question about the connection with 4th Avenue. Right now, it's this narrow strip with a ramp that goes between 2 food trucks and lots of pedestrians, and I wonder if you've given any thought to improving that connection there. But overall, this plan seems like a huge improvement from the status quo, and I'm very supportive.
Thank you, Dan. The next one is Andrew. Yeah, Andrew, you have to unmute. There you go, Andrew. We can't hear you. You have to unmute yourself.
Andrew, you are unmuted, but we are not getting any
sound. Say something, Andrew. Now we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, sorry, it was my headset. So I live right there on DeKalb at Rockwell Place, and I'm biking that all the time. It's extremely unsafe. I don't take Ashland at all. I usually ride on the sidewalk in front of the Shakespeare Theater, which isn't great, and I feel bad doing that, but that's really the only safe way for me to get through there. And then going up between Flushing and Myrtle, I was almost hit by a car. I was going around another car that was double parked in the lane. And so it's extremely unsafe. I was kind of wondering when will we be able to get these improvements? Is it in sometime this year, hopefully? There's just there's so much need for this connecting the 4th Ave and up to Flushing and Navy. So thanks for the presentation, and thanks for all your time.
Can I answer? No, okay.
Kevin McGee. There you go.
Hi.
Okay, we can
thank
hear
you. All right. So I don't ride a bike. I haven't been on a bike in 20 years, but I very strongly support bike infrastructure for reasons of safety and sustainability and reducing congestion and air pollution. I do walk this stretch 10 times a week. It's part of my commute to work, which I do by foot. I walk Ashland between Myrtle and Fulton. That stretch is 10 times a week. And I've been paying attention recently, and I have not noticed a single time in the last month that I've walked that stretch and I haven't seen somebody parked in the bike lane, just sitting there. So I think it would go a long way towards making that safer. Number one, so that bikers are not diverted into traffic to get around the inevitably double parked trucks and cars. And also, even in the best of times, when they have the lane, they're still in the door zone. It's not a protected bike lane if it's just 2 stripes of paint right in the path of people opening their doors. So I really support this, and I'm glad that the DOT is looking at it. And I really do see the value and the DOT's emphasis on making this, really emphasizing the importance of this in part of the broader bike network that is critical to making bike infrastructure work in New York City. We can't just look at this piecemeal. We have to really see how things are connecting. And I think that this is a very, very important connection. Thank you.
Thank you. John, do. John, we lost you. We lost your picture. Tay, is he unmuted?
Not yet. I'm asking him to unmute.
There he goes.
Okay. I'm sitting here trying to unmute and I can't. Couple of items. And for the commissioner, why is this Ashland project coming before the community board before it goes to the community, but it didn't happen with the Gates Avenue project? The reaction is totally different because this is the way DOT projects that affect the community is supposed to happen. The community board is supposed to hear it first, and everyone in the community gets to react, and then you get to move forward knowing those reactions. That did not happen with Gates Avenue. The second item said that I want to mention for all projects going forward, given that there is a focus on utilization of public transportation, the movement of that B62 bus stop, the new location should come with a shelter, 2 or 4 seats, whatever the stop can accommodate for elderly folk or disabled folk, and a countdown clock. That should be a standard for every new bus stop that is created in the district in order to encourage people to use public transportation. But I want to go back. DOT has to stop dividing the community. I'm done, Sid.
Thank you. Brandon Chamberlain.
Hello, I'm being told I can't start my video because the host has stopped it.
But we can hear you.
Okay, fair enough.
Go ahead and try now.
Hello. Well, good to see all y'all. Glad you can see me. I just wanted to say how fantastic this project looks. I'm glad that DOT talked about how it fits into the overall network. I think if anything, they really undersold how important it is for the greater protected bikeway network. Right now, you can go from 64th Street and 4th Avenue and Sunset Park, up 4th Avenue all the way to Atlantic Terminal, then over the Manhattan Bridge, up 1st, 2nd Avenue in Manhattan, over the Willis Avenue Bridge into 147th Street and Willis Avenue in the Bronx. 15 miles completely unprotected bike lanes, except for this one mile gap. And I think in terms of plugging a gap, this is the most important project that DOT has presented all this year. I bike this stretch all the time. What everyone else has said is true. It's always blocked by cars where there are bike lanes. South of the cab, it's really terrible with just the sharrows. And putting in safe and protected infrastructure will just make a huge difference, both for people that live, work, and get around right in this area and the larger city as a whole. And I mean, I always heard the statistics about how safe
30 seconds, Brandon.
Protected bike lanes are for pedestrians. And I think that's so key. You know, whenever I'm over at BAM and walking around, you know, I think that's great. I had never heard before the statistic that protected bike lanes reduce seniors that are killed or significantly injured or seriously injured by 39%. And that's just mind blowing.
Thank you, Brandon.
At every level, it's just such a great project.
Thank you, Brandon. Tom, I'm going to hold you to the end. I'm going to go through the community first. Nate?
Hello.
I see you, Lucy, but I'm going to go to the other people first. Go ahead, Nate.
Hello. Hello. Yeah. I live on Ashland, right adjacent to the project, and I'm super excited about this. I bike with my wife and daughter. My wife is not super experienced as a bicyclist, and my daughter is 2, so it's very hazardous just leaving our house on Ashland Place right now, since the street is so wide with speeding and double parked cars and stuff. So really looking forward to this and hope that it can be done this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Nate. Maren Stange. Maren,
Am I unmuting? Hi, am I unmuted?
you're unmuted. We can hear you.
Okay, hi, thank you. This isn't so much specific to this location, but generally I'm surprised a bit that the DOT says so little about scooters in these plans. It's about bikes and cars, but there are 3 new categories of e-scooters that have recently been legalized. Only one of them is allowed in bike lanes, which is frankly what, in my belief, forces them, especially if they're delivery drivers, up on the sidewalk. And I don't see this illegal driving on the sidewalk is yet being enforced. So I'm wondering about that, since the city allowed this. What's it going to do about helping out the 2 classes of scooters that have to sort of fight with all the traffic? I actually would like, as an endangered senior trying to walk on the sidewalk, to get together with other people who have this concern and exchange information. I mean, there's a lot of, nobody knows really what's going on. The fact that scooters don't have to be licensed, you can't identify them. Drivers don't have to be licensed, that, they're not allowed, for the most part, in bike lanes. Exchange that kind of information and get in touch with the organization that is acting on behalf of the drivers, find out what their work conditions are, and try to put forward some kind of proposals that the city might actually entertain for measures other than ticketing unidentified drivers and scooters, which is never going to work, and getting them off the sidewalk and getting them to feel they can do what they need to do in some place, I guess the street, basically, that isn't
10
the
more
sidewalk.
seconds.
But
10 more seconds.
I'm surprised that the DOT doesn't mention scooters in these new plans. Why not?
Okay, Seth Friedman.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep.
Great. So
90 seconds.
Great. Very in support of the proposal. I live about a block from this stretch of Ashland. I do not own a bike because I find it way too dangerous to bike in the city generally, with the lack of protected bike lanes. Would love to bike though. This would be truly life-changing, would allow me to get from my home near Ashland Place to work in Manhattan and commute down to 4th Avenue, et cetera. Truly would love this. And I think, obviously this is just a socialization. The board isn't taking action on this, but I would like the board to think about how many more people there are like me who would like to bike but currently don't and would love to use this. One thing I would like DOT to consider though is the presenter mentioned that the left turn onto Myrtle from Ashland will be taken away and that those cars could use Willoughby instead and then go up to Fleet Place. There is a lack of daylighting at Fleet Place and Willoughby Street, and there is an unmarked crosswalk there. And so I think the increased traffic, it's already quite dangerous to cross Willoughby and Fleet right now. And so I would love DOT to think about adding some daylighting and a marked crosswalk to that intersection, but that does not take away my support for this proposal at all. I'm very supportive. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy Park Price.
Hi, hello, thank you.
90 seconds.
Okay, I second Speaker Brandon's comments about the important connection here at Ashland Navy. But also I want to reiterate the report that the DOT mentioned, the Pedestrian Safety and Older New Yorkers report. I actually printed this out because it was so useful. for anyone who cares about pedestrian safety. So we don't hear enough about how protected bike lanes support those who don't bike. So as the DOT mentioned, after installing protected bike lanes, senior pedestrian KSI fell by 39% and injuries fell by 22%. And since seniors are overrepresented in pedestrian fatalities in all 5 boroughs, relative to population, this is a really important issue. So I hope people will think about protected bike lanes through the lens of how they protect pedestrians. And please check out this report, which I noticed that the DOT put in the chat. Thank you.
Thank you. Chris Sanders.
Hello. Yes, my name is Chris Sanders, and I'm here because I have business in this area, and I have walked this street. I have ridden my bike on this street. I have driven on this street, and oh my God, it's so dangerous. And I mean, complete chaos. And I just am so thrilled that the DOT is bringing this project together, because I've almost been hit several times when riding my bike or when walking on this stretch. And yeah, so I just wanted to say that, you know, as someone who does a lot of business in this area, that I am thrilled that that hopefully DOT will go forward with it. I also like Sid's idea as well, his suggestion. So yeah, so hopefully in some form or fashion, this will get done and it will be safe.
Thank you.
Yep.
Jeffrey Thomas. I see your hand, Lucy. I'll get to you, I promise. You'll have to just wait until I get everybody else.
Hi, I'm a former resident of CB2. Used to live in 1120 Vaughan, very close to these roads. I bike this area frequently. I still bike this area pretty frequently. I live a little bit south now in 11226. I find that this connection to the rest of the borough is more important now that I commute through this area. I visit the business in the area, I visit friends and so forth. I find these particular streets pretty uncomfortable to bike. I do bike them, but I've been biking for a long time. I have that level of comfort. And there are studies, and there's also, like, anecdotally from talking to neighbors, there's a whole lot of people who want to bike, and the primary thing stopping them is they're worried about safety. Let me say that again. No one needs to try to convince more people you should be on a bike. People already want to bike. They're asking for protected lanes so they can start biking. I think this presentation shows that DOT really does want to reduce congestion, pollution, and all of that, like someone was saying earlier, get people, you know, onto bikes and out of cars. I'm glad to see a lot of current CB2 residents support this as they've been making comments, but I do want to say this is a connection for the whole borough. The value is for the whole borough if this bicycle network is complete. I hope the DOT takes an input from the whole borough when going through this process. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Rob Price.
Hey, thank you so much. I'm super excited about this. I work in the Brooklyn Navy Yard, and really there's no safe way to get over there by biking. I live off of 4th Avenue, and the current Ashland place is the equivalent of riding a bike down that is like taking a run on the BQE, and frankly, I don't do either. So seeing this protected bike lane is just huge, and just for Brooklyn in general, I think connecting so many neighborhoods and people to the Navy Yard, to the Atlantic Terminal, it's just going to be huge. So I really support this in so many ways. Thank you.
Thank you. Sharav Dada, did I get that right?
Yes, you did, Chair Sid. Thank you, DOT. I'll keep this very quick. I am in full support of this proposal as a resident of downtown Brooklyn. This is an important connecting stretch that will allow bikers to more safely use the investments DOT has already made on Flushing Avenue and elsewhere on Navy Street. So thank you for thinking thoughtfully about this, and hopefully we can see these changes come through really quickly. Full support, great work, DOT. Thank you again.
Diane Martins.
Yeah, thank you. I'm really excited about this proposal. I'm a Durham Hill resident and also a cyclist. I fully support this plan. I've also encouraged DOT to implement it as expeditiously as possible. I'm particularly encouraged by the fact that this route extends from close to the entrance of the Manhattan Bridge all the way to Atlantic Terminal. And I just have one question. It's not really related to the bike lane. Is there any further pedestrianization of Atlantic Terminal planned? It's probably one of the most dangerous intersections like in my neighborhood. There was a fatality not so long ago. And, you know, as a pedestrian, I'm always scared to be walking in that area. So really curious to hear if, you know, any arm of DOT is taking that on.
Well, I can tell you, because this is an issue that we've raised constantly with DOT, that there's supposed to be a improvement done at the Times Plaza that includes the whole area. And the last we heard is that they're in discussions with the developer. What that means, I can't tell you. I mean, I don't know if they want to respond any further to that, but we have something that we press them on episodically. And you're right, it's a real problem and it's a real dangerous intersection.
Briefly, I'll say, Sid, we have a capital project that's planned for area Flatbush, and it actually covers some of the area that was talked about. But that's still some years into the future. There's no short-term plans at the moment, but there have been a lot of changes made to that intersection of that section over the years that has made it safer. Very sorry about the fatality, of course, that was horrible, but we have made it safer, and we do have plans to make it safer long-term. And Times Plaza is actually an agreement that we have with the developer to do that plaza. So that's sort of separate from us, but we're working on that too.
Thank you. James Ballantyne. John, I'm not calling on you again. We're done free calling on. Lucy gets called, and then I'm not calling on people for a second time. James Ballantyne, go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Hi, everyone. I've been a resident of CB2 for 10 years. I just want to say I also strongly support this project. As someone who uses a bike as a primary form of transportation, physically protected bike lanes are the only places I feel safe. And as more and more people bike as a form of transit, caring about their safety is important. I've been nearly hit a few times on this particular stretch of road by people who don't look for bikers in the bike lanes. I've biked down this street many, many times commuting to work, and it's always terrifying. This bike lane is a vital piece of connecting protected infrastructure for people going from Manhattan south into Brooklyn and vice versa. Many people would love to bike and currently don't, and this presents an opportunity for them. For those who might be concerned about traffic, I want to say again that people adjust their habits, and if this gets people to bike, if the whole DOT Green Wave vision is a success, then many people who currently drive might switch to biking instead, as it might become a more convenient and efficient way of getting around when you consider the density of somewhere like New York.
All right, thank you. Ariel Cannon.
Hi, I actually live on Ashland, and so thank you so much for this proposal. I do not own a car and walk and bike and take the subway or bus everywhere. This is very welcome to see, you know, trucks drive down the street incredibly loud. It's very dangerous and is scary on a regular basis. I'm also glad to see the change to northbound. Cars have been making rights off of Lafayette onto Ashland, really not even stopping in that high pedestrian zone there with people accessing BAM and Whole Foods and all the other community assets that are there. I would love to see in future follow-up plans a lot more about the loading that comes into the retail as well as the cultural institutions, but also most of the residential buildings, including the high rises, don't actually have proper loading areas. So it ends up with lots of double parking. So I could see just a lot of potential for conflict between the cars and the different folks that are trying to traverse through here. So we'd love to see and hear responses about how to address that, as well as seconding other people's comments around the crossing at Atlantic Plaza right now. Getting on his bikes as well as pedestrians right there is really incredibly dangerous. But thank you so much for this proposal and look forward to the next.
Lucy, you're up now. Lucy Coteen, 90 seconds.
Okay, I have a question for Nick. First, I just want to make a comment that I have never seen speeding on Ashland because it's pretty busy. You can't speed there. My question for Nick is, how are people going to go southbound when you come down Tillery Street? Right now, you make that right onto Ashland to get into Fort Greene or Clinton Hill. I don't want to have to drive, through people's, St. Felix is a small, a narrow block. So I'll have to go through St. Felix or Adelphi Street or what? I mean, how are we going to get southbound now? Because you didn't explain. St. Felix is very narrow. We don't want all the cars coming off Manhattan Bridge and Brooklyn Bridge come down Tillery and make the right onto Ashland to get to our homes in, Fort Greene or Clinton Hill. So without going through all these narrow little residential streets, you're going to have like thousands of cars going down narrow residential streets. How will this work?
Okay, thank you.
Could Nick answer that, please?
Good, thank you. Nick, do you want to answer that?
Sure. So if you're coming from Tillery, Ashland and Navy would still be two-way as far south as DeKalb. The part where Ashland will become one-way is where it's currently really narrow. Rockwell Place is narrow, St. Felix Street is narrow south of DeKalb, but so is Ashland Place.
What? No.
Okay, thank you. All right, Thomas, go ahead.
Thanks. So I just want to echo everyone who supported the project. I think it's a slam dunk. It's a really important addition to the bike lane network. It's not just going to benefit residents in CB2. It's going to benefit every cyclist in Brooklyn who depends on the network and citywide. So I have a few questions and statements. I hope it's okay. I'm kind of just break them up into sections, and if you wouldn't mind kind of answering them one at a time. So the previous speaker representing a DDC agenda item mentioned that the bike lane between Park and Myrtle will be grade separated. Is that part of this project as well? How does that relate?
That's only true for the limits of that capital project. So I think it extends, I don't know, maybe 100 feet south of Park Avenue. And that, I don't know what the schedule is with that project, but it likely will come significantly later than the operational project I'm proposing here.
Got it. Okay. So I think that segment between Park and Myrtle, it's going to be flawed if you don't have pedestrian space on both sides. I think if you don't get the agreement from NYCHA, I think you should just take more of that street width from the center median buffer and just do like a truffle paint pedestrian area next to that two-way bike lane. You could paint the bike lane green. You can separate the two spaces with like the new armadillos or whatever to make it clear where people should walk and where people should bike. I just think if you don't have that pedestrian area on both sides, you're gonna have people walking in the bike lane, and that's not safe for anyone. I think your cross sections kind of show like the best case scenario of the Jersey barriers. How many breaks do you expect to see in those barriers? How often will it be possible for a driver to kind of edge into the bike lane because all of a sudden the Jersey barrier drops?
It depends. I mean, I don't think the Jersey barrier is going to drop for long stretches. We have to think about where there are driveways when they exist, where there are fire hydrants. We have to leave some clearance there. We've started to experiment with how to lay out more of these barriers while leaving some kind of permeability so that people can still enter and exit businesses. So there'll likely be a break where, for 10 or 15 feet, there's a different kind of more permeable barrier. But we think it'll still keep most cars out. And, we're also just worth mentioning that we're not taking any lanes of traffic or, creating any kind of congestion that would incentivize that kind of movement.
Got it. And then are you planning to install any kinds of like center line bollards or other kind of physical materials at each egress point when you're entering and exiting the bike lanes?
Yeah, I didn't really get into the intersection mitigations, but it's a lot of stuff. It's really complicated. A lot of it has to do with signal phasing. All the left turns southbound across the bike path would be separated turn phases. The right turns would be permitted, but the visibility is good. We clear parking for 40 feet. We call them offset crossings, where we clear 40 feet so that the drivers have good visibility of the bike path. And we've got the combination of little rubber speed bumps and delineators that help kind of slow turning drivers and make everybody know that there's a.
Tom, I'm going to ask you to finish up. I really have to move on.
Okay, yeah, I'll be really quick. I think just to add to my question, but just to comment this time, I really think you need to have some kind of bollards to actually block cars from entering. I think sanitation is introducing new bike-friendly street sweepers. They'll be able to enter the bike lane just fine. You really need to block cars from driving into the bike lane and parking there, because that's just going to block the bike lane for everyone. And then final question, what's the timeline? What's the soonest we can see this?
That's actually, that was mine. What was the timeline? was my question was going to, what's the timeline?
I'm done, Sid. So that's my last question.
That's what I want to know, what the timeline is as well.
We're hoping to install in 2023. I know we usually come to you. If we come to you in June, it's because we're rushing to get something in the summer. That's not the case this time. We just completed the engineering feasibility analysis, which is pretty substantial. And now we want to start outreach. There's a lot of stakeholders to talk to. And I think the installation will be tricky on our end. It's a lot of signal work. Bringing in that many barriers will take some time. So we're shooting for 2023. That's the line I'm telling.
All right, thank you. You anything want to sum up, or you're done at this point?
I can answer a few questions.
No, we're done already.
We're good, Sid.
We're done. Let's move on. I have to go to my chair report. My chair report, the first thing on the chair report, by the way, is open streets. Now, before I start the open streets discussion here, I'm a member of the Borum Hill Association. Borum Hill Association sponsors 2 open streets. I am allowed to participate on anything with open streets, including chairing them, except if it's a vote on Borum Hill's open streets. There's not going to be a vote. I do not believe there's going to be an open discussion on Borum Hill's 2 open streets, which are continuations from last year. But I don't know, Taya, do you have the list of the open streets?
You know I do. 1 second.
Now, I understand the Smith Street open street person is here, right? And if she or he would like to say something, I have one question about the Smith Street open street. And I encourage everybody, this is the list of open streets. If you have any comment or any concern, you should forward them to the community board with a copy to DOT. All right. We want to hear you. I know that we're going to talk in a minute. We're going to talk a little bit about Willoughby Street, but right now I want to start with the Smith Street open street, the new one. And I know the person for the Smith Street open street is here.
My apologies, I can't share screen and drive at the same time.
Okay, I understand.
Where did Rachel go? Can you? There she is. 1 second.
There's Rachel. Hi, Rachel.
Could you come off mute, please?
There she is. Go ahead, Rachel.
Hi, Sid. 4 hours later. So you have a question for me, or do
I have
you
a
want
question.
me to talk?
Where's the buses going to go?
I don't know where the bus, well, the bus on Bergen is not going to be affected because the open street is from Union Street.
Yeah, but the B57 goes down Smith Street.
That's true. I don't know that. I don't have the answer to that, actually.
That's a real problem. You've heard what's going to go on with the BQE. All right. I don't want that bus going down Bond Street. All right.
I live on Bond Street and talk
You don't
about
want the bus going down either. All right.
Talk about a I mean, we have a traffic jam outside of the street from 8 o'clock in the morning until 9 o'clock at night.
Right. So my point is that when this is being considered, all right, I don't have a problem. I know that this is done by the businesses on the community wanting this, on the street wanting this. I'm aware of that. But there's an issue with the community where that bus is going to go. All right. Now I know, DOT said you have to maintain a 15-foot safety for emergency vehicles to go down. All right. At times
I haven't gotten that notice from DOT.
Although,
I mean, the Smith Street is only 37th Street across.
I'm telling you that DOT, and you can ask Commissioner Bray. Right?
Yeah, he's on the call.
The DOT requires that you maintain a 15-foot clear emergency lane for emergency vehicles.
So what is that considered typically during is that the area that people are allowed to walk in otherwise?
Well, I'm not exactly sure how that works.
I don't know how that works. I mean, so this is I'm new to the bid formation effort. And so this is the first open street I've been involved in, and I've only been here for like 2 months. So I actually don't know these answers. But yes, I'm listening.
I will briefly say, this is Keith. I will briefly say that you're supposed to keep a 15-foot emergency lane even for a full closure open street. And basically there's some designs that's on our website, but we would work with you to talk about how to do that.
Okay, I mean, we're hiring somebody to run the event, to run the open street. So there's going to be people there all the time. I mean, do you have somebody at DOT who I should like contact to or?
Yeah, I'll have our public spaces people work with you, and Sid, we'll get an answer to you on the bus question. That's a good question, and we'll get back to you on that.
Yeah, so if you want me to know, my solution is send it down Union, which used to be a bus street, to 3rd Avenue, up 3rd, back, and then back down Bergen, which is another bus route. I mean, but if you send it down, I don't want it going through Bond. I don't want it going through, any of the other streets. And remember that the MTA is working on that, on the F train and the G train, and they close it down sometimes during the weekends, and they replace it with a bus that goes down Smith Street. So,
from what I have checked about the F and G train, according to the MTA, they're not going to be doing any works on the weekend, over the weekends this summer, from what I've seen on the schedule. So that that is something I did check. The bus question, I don't know the answer to.
And I'm left open for anybody else who wants to ask questions. That's why I asked the people from Smith Street Alliance who presenting it to come here. And Mrs. Tate, do you have a question? Or a comment?
Yes, my actual comment is about Willoughby Avenue open street. Is that allowed right now?
No, just hold for a minute. We'll get to that. I promise you.
Okay, thank you.
Sid, they've been waiting all night.
I'm going to it, but I'm doing one at a time. All right, Maria Ferrari, is it yours about Smith Street?
No, it is about Willoughby Avenue.
Okay, so why don't we go to Willoughby Avenue next? Commissioner Bray, I've sent you a letter that I'm very upset about the fact that there's nobody here to discuss Willoughby Avenue tonight. This is something that's been a major concern of the neighborhood, that we've raised a whole bunch of issues with you. And yet, even though it's been scheduled and postponed and been scheduled and postponed, it was postponed again. So I would ask you to take a few minutes to listen to the people who want to speak about Willoughby Avenue. And I'm going to call Mrs. Tate first because she was the one before. Mrs. Tate, go ahead.
Yes, I'm trying to get off of mute.
You're unmuted now. We can hear you.
Wonderful. So as you mentioned, Willoughby Avenue Open Streets has been pushed from the agenda from April to May, and now here we are in June with a recess until September. So it seems like DOT is trying to permanently close 8 blocks of Willoughby Avenue 24/7 with limited community input despite opposition. And I know there were petitions submitted with at least 800 signatures of people who are opposed to this closed street for 24/7 purposes. And the in-person meeting that was hastily put together back on March 8th, they said there was going to be another survey taken. To date, those survey results have not been shared. And on the 88th Precinct Build the Block call back on June 3rd, the Sector B officers Rivera and Crooks, they said they could not chase a suspect down Willoughby Avenue because it's closed 24/7. And that suspect later assaulted 2 people. The officer said 2 felony assaults may have been prevented if they could have used Willoughby Avenue instead of going all the way around in their car. This is in addition to the fire department, ambulance delays, because they have to jump out block by block to remove the barricades. So it seems the safety of residents is being put at risk because a group of people who put in this application to close the street, still not identified because we had to do a Freedom of Information request. They don't think there are apparently enough sidewalks, playgrounds, bike lanes, and parks in the neighborhood. So now they want Willoughby Avenue to be a 24/7 playground. Even the playgrounds in New York are closed at 9 p.m. So input from the community in 2021, it was intentionally limited with that QR code survey. It was not widely shared. It was not widely posted. And signatures apparently were collected at the Fort Green Market, according to Greg Mocker from Channel 11. Meanwhile, seniors and immunocompromised people and other residents who remain sheltered at home because of COVID, their opposition was not heard. So it seems like community input is really not wanted from the broader community, and that people who are in support are being targeted. So we got more notice when there was a film crew using the streets or when DOT is making repairs on Willoughby Avenue than we got for this closed street. Residents who have lived here, God, for decades, myself since 1997, only became aware of the permanency of the closing of Willoughby Avenue in February 2022 because Willoughby Walk Management sent out a notice to residents. More than 357 vehicles who pay monthly to park at Willoughby Walk Co-op should not be forced to create environmental hazards, NYPD delays, fire department hazards, bus delays, and traffic jams. So we end up going to the residential streets in the surrounding area and create problems for them. And DOT knows very well that Willoughby Avenue is well traveled by cars since they recently installed speed bumps on our block, presumably after they collected traffic counts.
Thank you, Mrs. Tate. Maria Ferrari.
Yeah.
No, you just went, yeah.
I'm so sorry. That was my fault. I mess up sometimes.
Go ahead, Maria.
Maria, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Continuing on the safety issue, I mean, I've lived in Fort Greene for almost 40 years, and I can tell you that it is less safe now with the so-called open street than it was in the previous almost 40 years. We know that the barriers pose a problem because they cannot be moved easily by some people who have, medical conditions. Access-a-ride, other pickup services, delivery drivers don't move the barriers. But now I've witnessed in the past 6 months, often trucks use the barrier as a de facto parking space and just sit there while they do their deliveries or they do their moving people in and out of their apartments. I went out to run errands, and when I came back 45 minutes later, the same truck was still there. So for those 45 minutes,